Alrighty, we are right at the top of the hour, and we have a few announcements to get to, so I'll get us started. Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Blaine Allums. I'm the program coordinator here at NCHL, and I steer the NCAF program, which is the National Council on Administrative Fellowships. I'll also be steering us through the next 3 days and over 30 presentations from recruiting fellowships from hospitals and health systems from across the country. It is one of my favorite things to do every year. Uh, Due to demand, last year we had 2 days. This year we have three because we have a lot of sites that are really excited to get started. With that, I have a few announcements and housekeeping things to get through really quickly, and then we'll get started promptly at 11:05 Central with MD Anderson. So for announcements, we have a few exciting events planned that you'll definitely not want to miss out on. The first thing is that our Leadership Excellence Networks, or LENS, if you've heard of it, is hosting our annual Leadership Excellence Summit in Chicago this year on November 16th and 17th. This year's theme is Moving from Insight to Impact. It is a dynamic event for healthcare leadership and organizational development professionals to network and explore deeper engagement with topics in workforce strategy across people, operations, and technology, and how they impact our industry. This will be my third year going to this. It is a great event every year. We do have discounted tickets for fellowship sites and for NCAF members, and then for students who want to attend. So I'll drop the link in the chat in just a second. The next thing, which is exciting for fellowship sites, graduate programs, students, fellows, healthcare leaders, is that we at NCAF, the National Council on Administrative Fellowships, will be hosting another virtual summit this year on August 19th. It's fully online. And we'll go through leadership conversations, career coaching, peer exchange, fellowship site perspectives, and discussions on technology and the evolving healthcare environment. The attendees will get a chance to network and gain practical insights on the next generation of healthcare leaders. Actually, one of our speakers is on the call today, which is really exciting. Attendees will also get exclusive access to NCAF's 2026 interview prep guide for early careers, which is brand new this year, and it's made from direct input from our recruiters at fellowship sites. So if you're on this call, you're probably thinking about joining a fellowship. That's a great opportunity, and you also get a chance to network. Um, Finally, a very exciting thing that we're actually launching today is that NCHL is excited to announce that we have opened the submission form for the NAFCAS application fee grant. So if you're familiar with NAFCAS, there is a small fee to apply through NAFCAS. We've opened up grants this year to help out with those who need a bit of financial aid. We are offering this to reduce barriers and expand access to early career fellowship opportunities. This grant is made possible through donor support, and it really reflects our commitment to strengthening the future healthcare leadership pipeline. The application is limited for about $140 value to those who get the grant, and grants will be awarded the same day as our fellow honor by our fellowship virtual fellowship summit or virtual summit, which will be August 19th. So I'm going to drop a few links in the chat now for both of the events that I mentioned, and then also for the grant. So if you're interested, it'll be in the chat, and then if you miss it or you lose the tab, it'll be in the email that you get after each day of the summit or the fellowship fair. I'm sorry. So those are all in the chat. To look at any upcoming webinars, prospective applicants can look at our landing page for early career events and resources. And then finally, with 1 minute left of my announcements, we have a little bit of housekeeping. So I'll be online throughout the entire fellowship fair. If you have any questions about the event, please feel free to send me a direct DM. It's not required to be on camera, but we absolutely encourage it. If you need breaks and you're staying on for the full event, please feel free to send out your messages in the chat. But the fellowships who are recruiting love to hear from you. So when you can come off mute and when they're asking for questions. But I will now myself go on mute and throw it over to the team at MD Anderson to go ahead and start. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you so much. I will go ahead and kick us off. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Keegan Goldwaite, and we are excited to welcome you to our informational webinar for the 2027-2028 MD Anderson Administrative Fellowship Program. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's a quick look at our agenda for today. Our goal today is for you to, one, understand the environment, culture, and people here at MD Anderson and why it is such a unique place to be. And then we'll review the administrative fellowship structure, take a look at our fellowship program video and hear from past fellows here at the institution. And then lastly, we'll end with a Q&A. Kate will be the moderator for that session. So feel free to submit additional questions in the chat or come off mute throughout this at the end. So the MD Anderson Fellowship follows a cohort model. Here we have the 2025-2026 fellows. We have George Farag, myself, Kate Zintek, and Gina Vo. We are the 30th class of administrative fellows at MD Anderson, and we're about to begin working within our concentration areas as listed on the screen. And then here we have our current cohort, the 2026 to 2027 fellows. They are the 31st class of administrative fellows. We have Ellie McGregor, Seth Clausen, Shreya Gokale, and Tiffany Farrell. As you can see, our fellows come from schools across the country, including Rush, Minnesota, Michigan, and Texas A&M. Now I'm just going to go right into the institutional overview. So starting with our mission, as an organization, our mission is to eliminate cancer in Texas, the nation, and the world through outstanding programs that integrate patient care, research and prevention, and through education for undergraduate and graduate students, trainees, professionals, employees, and the public. You can see how impactful and very specific our mission is. We're able to attract some of the most brilliant minds here because of it. And as fellows, we have been able to see firsthand how focused and dedicated all employees and the executive leadership team are to living this mission. MD Anderson really strives to achieve this mission by focusing on the 4 core areas highlighted in yellow. And we're going to take a deeper dive into each of these in a little bit. And to follow up, we have the vision. And the vision of MD Anderson is that we shall be the premier cancer center in the world based on the excellence of our people, our research-driven patient care, and our science. Of course, this vision represents an ongoing process with several initiatives taking place to grow our impact. Examples of that being the collaborative community partnerships, including our recent Texas Children's Partnership and expanding our reach into Austin through a collaborative partnership with UT Dell Medical Center. At MD Anderson, there are 5 core values that support the mission and describe the culture here. First, we have caring. By our words and actions, we create a caring environment for everyone. Next is integrity. We work together to merit the trust of our colleagues and those we serve. Then there's discovery. We embrace creativity and seek new knowledge. Next is safety. We provide a safe environment physically and psychologically for our patients, for our colleagues, and for our community. And lastly, there's stewardship. We protect and preserve our institutional reputation and resources, people, time, financial, environmental, all of which that has been entrusted to us. These are our core values and our guiding force at MD Anderson. As mentioned before, to achieve our mission to eliminate cancer, we aim to do so through 4 key areas, the first being patient care. Here are some highlights about the world-renowned care at MD Anderson that has made us one of the most respected cancer centers in the world. Something to note is that MD Anderson's physicians are extensively trained, specialists who focus on one type of cancer and one aspect of treatment, giving them unrivaled expertise. 100% of MD Anderson surgeons are trained in oncology compared to the 30% that's found in community hospitals. The next focus area is research. Again, some highlights for you to read, but MD Anderson is home to one of the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, providing patients with access to novel life-saving drugs. An example of one of those programs is the MD Anderson Moonshots program, which utilizes a unique approach to eliminate various types of cancers. The Moonshots program accelerates the pace of converting our scientific discoveries into life-saving advances that reduce cancer deaths. It launched in 2012 with 6 moonshots, and the program has since then expanded to 13 multidisciplinary teams of cancer experts who collaborate to close about 20 types of cancer. MD Anderson prides itself on having one of the nation's most esteemed faculties. Here are some stats that represent how invested MD Anderson is to educating the next generation as an academic medical center. And as a fellow, you will experience the learning environment in full force as everyone, especially our institutional leaders, enjoy and are dedicated to teaching you based on their experiences and expertise. And then finally, the last focus area we have is cancer prevention. Cancer prevention plays a vital role in advancing MD Anderson's mission to end cancer. This is done primarily through the Lydia Hill Cancer Prevention Center, which provides cancer screenings and risk reduction services through our cancer prevention effort. This is also how MD Anderson ensures cancer care extends beyond the hospital and into our community. So those were our 4 core areas of our mission. Now we wanted to take a deeper dive into the people here at MD Anderson. As you can see, our workforce is nearly 27,000 strong with about 23,000 employees, a little bit over 2,000 faculty members, about 1,600 educational appointees, and 450 admin staff. In terms of gender ratio, we're hovering around that 70-30 split. And if you can look at the pie chart in the center, you will see that the racial and the ethnic composition of our workforce closely mirrors that of Houston and the country. And we're proud to have such a diverse workforce. Finally, you can see the generational breakdown, with most of our workforce being Gen Y, Millennials, and Gen X, with an average of 11 years of service to MD Anderson. We are extremely honored that MD Anderson has been named #1 in cancer care in U.S. News and World Report's 2025 to 2026 annual Best Hospitals ranking. The institution has been named one of the top 2 cancer hospitals in the nation since the rankings began in 1990, and we have been ranked #1 for the past 11 years. This ranking demonstrates our commitment to our bold mission, our patients, and their families. I'm now going to hand it off to George to finish out the rest of the institutional overview.
Thank you, Keegan. And so now really continuing with national recognition, this slide really highlights how MD Anderson's reputation is reflected not only in cancer care, but really also in our workplace culture and employee experience. MD Anderson continues to be recognized among the nation's and world's leading cancer hospitals, including U.S. News and World Reports and Newsweek. We've also been recognized by Forbes as one of America's best large employers and best employers for women, and by Glassdoor as a best place to work. Another major point of pride is our Magnet with Distinction recognition, which truly reflects the strength and excellence of our nursing community. And so really big picture, these recognitions speak to both the impact of our mission and the culture that supports it. So when we talk about patient care here at MD Anderson, one of the biggest things to understand is our multidisciplinary care model. Patients are not being seen through just one lens. They are cared for by a coordinated team that may include surgical, medical, and radiation oncologists, along with other specialists depending on the patient's needs. Care is also organized by disease site, which allows teams to develop deep expertise in specific cancer types. And most importantly, the patient and their family are part of that care team. So the goal is to align treatment with the patient's needs, priorities, and overall goals of care. And so some of you may not know that MD Anderson is not only focused on adult cancer care. We also have a strong pediatric oncology presence, including programs that support children and families beyond treatment, such as an accredited in-house school, support through Ronald McDonald House of Houston, and summer camps. One major update in this space is Kinder Children's Cancer Center, which is a collaboration between UT MD Anderson and Texas Children's. This was made possible in part through a $150 million lead gift from the Kinder Foundation, which is the largest philanthropic gift made to an American pediatric hospital. The goal here was really to bring together the strengths of both institutions in pediatric oncology, clinical trials, and drug development to really expand access and accelerate progress against childhood cancer. The program right now is being implemented through a phased transition, and in April of 2026, this past April, Kinder Children's Cancer Center officially welcomed its first group of pediatric patients over at Texas Children's. And from a fellowship perspective, this is just a great example of the kind of large-scale strategic partnerships and clinical integration work that happen across MD Anderson every day. Another unique area we wanted to highlight is MD Anderson's Proton Therapy Center. Proton therapy is an advanced and very precise form of radiation treatment that delivers radiation directly to the tumor while helping spare surrounding healthy tissue. MD Anderson has been a true leader in this space for many years, and the center has continued to grow with the addition of Proton Therapy Center 2, which began treating patients in 2024. Today, the combined center includes 2 buildings, more than 160,000 square feet, and 8 treatment rooms, which makes it the largest proton therapy center in the world. And this is, again, another great example of how MD Anderson continues investing in advanced technology, clinical innovation, and expanded access for patients who may benefit from highly specialized cancer care. And so moving into research, this is another major part of MD Anderson's identity and mission. Research here spans several areas, from basic science, which helps us understand cancer at its most fundamental level, to translational research, where discoveries begin moving towards new treatments and approaches. We also have a major focus on clinical research through trials and patient-centered studies, as well as prevention research, which is focused on reducing cancer risk and improving outcomes before cancer even develops. And the key takeaway is that research is not separate from patient care here at MD Anderson. It's truly and deeply connected to how we advance treatment, improve outcomes, and continue working towards making cancer history. And finally, our strategy is organized around 3 major themes: reach, breakthroughs, and value. Reach is about expanding access to MD Anderson's expertise and making it easier for patients and communities to benefit from our care. Breakthroughs focuses on accelerating discovery, research, and innovation so we can continue advancing cancer treatment and outcomes. And value is about delivering high-quality, patient-centered care in a way that it is sustainable and meaningful for the people we serve. These themes are important because they show up across the organization. Whether you're working in operations, strategy, finance, research, access, clinical programs, or growth initiatives, they are seen across the organization at different levels of departments. And so moving closer to Houston, this slide really gives you a sense of MD Anderson's footprint across the region. Our main campus is located in the Texas Medical Center, but patients can also access MD Anderson care at several Houston area locations, including League City, Sugar Land, West Houston, the Woodlands, and Northwest Houston. We also collaborate with Lyndon B. Johnson, which is an important part of how MD Anderson continues to support access to cancer care for patients in the broader Houston community. This is a great reminder that MD Anderson is not just one building or one campus. It is a large, complex system with operations, access, growth, and care delivery happening across multiple sites. And this slide really highlights MD Anderson's cancer network and how we extend our mission beyond Houston. Through our domestic partners, MD Anderson works with the health systems across the country to support integrated, co-branded cancer programs that truly follow MD Anderson treatment plans and standards of care. These partnerships are part of our broader reach strategy, helping more patients access high-quality cancer care closer to home, while also supporting areas like multidisciplinary care, clinical expertise, quality, research, business strategy, and program growth. This is, again, another great example of how MD Anderson's work extends beyond the Texas Medical Center and Houston, and how strategy, operations, clinical integration, and partnerships all come together. And now here's just a short program video displaying some of the key aspects of the fellowship.
The Administrative Fellowship Program at MD Anderson, it's unique in that it lasts 18 months, but it's really a great opportunity for our students. Many fellowships are rotational, and there are some rotational aspects to this program, but the projects are really what set it apart. You come out with deliverables.
The MD Anderson Administrative Fellowship Program is run out of the President's office. We often hear from administrative fellows that the program at MD Anderson, the visibility and the access to senior leaders is unmatched.
One of the great things about this program is that you get to work with a lot of different areas. It might be the legal department, it might be with government relations, it might be in statistics or in prevention. So a lot of different things besides just clinical operations, and you get to see a lot at MD Anderson.
You have a full range of experiences, from project-based work to observerships, to access to board meetings and management meetings, to then a 6-month concentration. We have a very high success rate transitioning successful fellowships to full-time roles at the organization.
The fellowship helped me really figure out where I wanted to be in my career by getting exposure into just how we work with partners outside of MD Anderson and outside of Houston. It gave me the opportunity to really see how do we build those relationships. If I didn't have the fellowship or the concentration, I don't know if I would have the exposure to even see this side of MD Anderson.
One important thing that I've learned throughout this fellowship program is how to work across interdisciplinary teams. As someone who's non-clinical that's working in a hospital, this was a skill that I really wanted to pick up. And what I like about the fellowship program is the flexibility to craft your own career path. I think that's something that not many fellowship programs offer, and something that this fellowship program does really well.
As an administrative fellow, you get the opportunity to take multiple Leadership Institute courses that can greatly benefit you. One course I remember specifically was learning your personality and how you relate to others when you're working on a team. And some of the lessons learned from the leadership courses that I took in the Leadership Institute, I still carry with me today in my leadership role at MD Anderson.
The MD Anderson network as a whole is tremendous. I have had incredible mentors here, incredible leaders that have helped to grow the fellows, grow individuals. The fellows network specifically helped to move me along in my career and help create opportunities for one another, which was really great. There's a good bit of networking opportunity and events to reconnect and really share lessons learned, opportunities. So it's a tremendous network.
I've lost several family members to cancer, and so it makes coming to work more meaningful because this organization has a very clear mission statement. And it's so easy to draw the line between the work that we're doing and the mission of the organization, which is to end cancer.
All right, now we're going to talk a little bit more about the Administrative Fellowship. So our fellowship preceptor is Fatima Sharif. She is the Chief of Staff to our president. She served at University Health Network in Toronto, Canada for over 20 years before joining MD Anderson, where she was the Chief Strategic Officer, contributing to operational, corporate, business, and strategic areas. We meet with Fatima as a group and then individually to discuss our progress, goals, and any questions we may have for her. She is a phenomenal resource for institutional guidance. So this is the general timeline and structure for what to expect during the 2027 to 2028 fellowship. The fellowship will begin on July 10th, where you will complete about 2 months of institutional overviews to familiarize yourself with the institution. During those first 2 months, fellows will have the unique opportunity to shadow and sit in on executive level meetings and tour areas like the OR, lab and pathology, the proton therapy center, and so much more. After those first 2 months of institutional overviews, a call for projects will be sent to institutional divisions. This is where leaders will submit project proposals from their specific areas. Fellows will then meet with their preceptor to identify projects that align with both the institution's needs and the fellow's professional development goals. Fellows typically work on about 5 to 6 projects and will continue to do so throughout the next 10 months or so. After 1 year, fellows will have the opportunity to concentrate in a specific area for the last 6 months of their fellowship. This concentration could be in HR, clinical operations, support services, government relations, wherever the fellow and the leadership find a mutual good fit and interest. The fellowship offers many opportunities for both informal and formal mentorship. The preceptor of the program really serves as both your mentor and advocate. Fatima Sharif, our preceptor and the chief of staff for the institution, she's a tremendous mentor, like I mentioned earlier. We can always come to her for advice on the institution or projects. In addition to formal mentorships, you can also establish mentorships with people throughout the institution when you meet them for overviews and various shadowing opportunities. This more informal process allows you to also gain insight into everyday work and projects available in specific institutional areas that you might be interested in. The fellowship really enables you, your mentor, and the preceptor to determine the appropriate project portfolio with the goal of creating a curated learning environment where the fellow has the ability to translate academic theory into practice. Furthermore, fellows have numerous learning and training opportunities here at MD Anderson. Fellows can take courses in process improvement, clinical safety, and effectiveness in other areas. Fellows can also participate in healthcare associations, such as one of the largest chapters of ACHE in the country, located here in Houston. In the past, fellows have been encouraged to attend ACHE Congress, but do have their choice in attending a professional conference. Additionally, the Leadership Institute, this is where the fellowship is actually housed, has courses modeled and tailored to the fellowship program, such as leadership and managerial competency training, and emotional intelligence and coach adaptability workshops. These are very helpful in furthering your skills and meeting leaders from around the institution. This fellowship proves to be valuable for advancement in your career, whether it's here at MD Anderson or at another healthcare institution located throughout the US and the world. The fellowship program has a rich history of retaining its fellows internally in the organization, as you can see on this slide. For example, you have individuals advancing to directors and even executive leadership positions. It really is a wonderful opportunity to catapult your career. So in order to apply for this year's fellowship, you must have submitted your application and all associated materials, such as letters of recommendations, etc., by August 20th. Phone interviews will take place the following week, with tentative virtual interviews expected in early September. Offers will then be extended on September 18th, with the fellowship beginning in July of 2027. In order for your application to be marked as complete, you must have submitted your resume, personal statement, 3 letters of recommendation, and graduate school transcripts by August 20th. After this date, applications will not be accepted. You can submit all of these documents via Slate, which can be found linked to our Administrative Fellowship website. All right, now we will open it up for questions as well as address any questions you all may have submitted in the chat. Off to you, Kate.
I think Kate's trying to get us to the right
All right,
slide
thank
here.
you. I was just saying thank you, Gina. I don't think I see any in the chat. I'm not sure. I know we have a couple minutes left. Oh, I do see a hand up, so you can go ahead, Shreya.
Thank you so much, everyone, for this great presentation. I'm Shreyan Singhvi. I'm an administrative intern with the Office of Medical Affairs at Johns Hopkins Medicine. And just wanted to know that, especially the fact that MD Anderson is an academic medical center with clinical care, research, and education, all priorities for the center. How are fellows taught to frame trade-offs, especially for senior leadership and for the projects that they're doing?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
So I know that the priorities are clinical care, research, and education. So during your training, how are fellows taught to deal with those trade-offs and present to the leadership and also work on projects, making sure that all 3 are also priorities, but where do those trade-offs come in play, especially working on projects?
So for the project selection at MD Anderson, we curate projects from across the institution, right? So projects are submitted from the various areas, and each of the fellows are allowed to determine which projects they are interested in and would like to work on. We do, at the beginning of the fellowship, provide sort of an overview of all of the areas, and you're able to meet and connect with executive leadership from all of those different areas to kind of determine where you'd like to spend time during the fellowship. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes, somewhere does. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
We're actually, thank you, y'all. We're actually right at time to start the next session. Cam, if you want to put your question in the chat, and then if someone from MD Anderson wants to stay on for one more minute, that would be awesome. I just want to make sure we are right on time. But thank you so much, the MD Anderson team. I love putting Houston first. So this is great. But thank you all. I am going to go ahead and throw it over to, I think I saw Lucy on the call. Yep. Lucy, if you want to go ahead and start sharing your screen or come off mute, I'll throw it over to the team at Montpure.
Yeah, perfect. Madeline's actually going to share her screen.
Perfect.
Give her 1 second. Everyone.
Wait, okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, all good.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. We have a presentation as well for Montefiore, and I'll just share my screen for that and walk through the basics of the program, application timelines, and then we'll have some time for questions as well. Right. Can you see this okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So, hi everyone, thank you so much for joining. We'll just take a few minutes to talk about Montefiore and our administrative fellowship program. We'll start off with some introductions. Lucy and I will talk about our backgrounds, and then we'll give an overview of Montefiore and specifically the faculty practice group, which is where our fellowship is sat. An overview of our fellowship, some key dates, and then we'll have some time for questions and answers as well.
Madeline, I think you're on the share view where you have like both screens showing.
Oh, okay, got it. Let me try resharing. Okay. Okay, can you see the whole screen now? Or is it still a little bit weird?
I think you have to share. I don't think you shared your screen.
Okay. Is that better or no?
It's still doing it. I don't know why.
That's so weird that that's happening. Okay, let me
Feel
try
free
one
to
more
share
time.
it. Just because we're on a bit of a time crunch, feel free to share it as you have it, and then send me the slides after, and we can get them out to everybody.
Okay, sure. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay. So just to introduce myself a little bit, I went to Cornell for my master's in health administration, and I graduated just about a year ago now. So kind of crazy how quickly time passes. Some of the rotations that I've done are specialty pharmacy, design and construction, clinical operations, practice management, and my next rotation is orthopedic. So I've been able to get kind of a vast view of the system, and get a better understanding of Montefiore as well. One of my pieces of advice is just to be genuine about your healthcare experiences. Any frustrations that you might have felt during different projects or realizations are likely experiences that are very relatable to a higher up leadership as well. For example, I had a parking project at UPMC, which was where I did my summer administrative residency, and I remember I had to do this for 3 months, and I was like, why do I have to learn so much about parking? But I actually brought that up as an experience in one of my interviews, and a lot of the people here also had to deal with parking as a problem. So sometimes the experiences that you have are very relatable within administration. So just be genuine about them. And I have my LinkedIn here as well. If any of you would want to connect, and some pictures here of different experiences that I've been able to have at Montefiore, including this event during the winter where we packed bags for a local nonprofit of hygiene supplies. Below is me and Sparrow, who's the fellow before me. We went to some recruitment fairs last year as well. And I'll pass this off to Lucy to introduce herself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Lucy. I am an incoming fellow, so I just started about a month ago. I just graduated from Columbia, Master's of Public Health in Health Policy and Management. And while I was at Columbia, I worked at Columbia Doctors for a little bit. That's where some of these photos are from. And I worked in quality improvement and regulatory compliance, which really drew me to be more interested in the healthcare system and healthcare administration. So I sought a fellowship. Right now, I'm doing my rotation in clinical operations, and then I've yet to decide on my future rotations, which I'm very excited about. And then my advice to applicants is really be authentic to your story. We really want to hear about how you ended up where you are and where your interests lie. We all have unique stories to tell and how we got here, and they don't have to be, flashy or fancy. They're just interesting because they're authentic to you. And then here is my LinkedIn as well, and this nice picture from my first day at Montefiore with Madeline and two of our other previous fellows here.
Okay, awesome. We'll skip this introduction slide because I know that we have quite a few people on the call. But if any of you have questions about me or Lucy's backgrounds, please feel free to send an email. I have an email of our fellowship email specifically at the end, so please feel free to, ask any questions about that. We'll move on to the overview of Montefiore Einstein, also the faculty practice group specifically. So Montefiore Einstein has over 3,000 acute beds across 10 different hospitals. We also have over 150 skilled nursing beds and over 300 ambulatory sites, including all of these lovely clinics that we have in the picture shown to the right here. You can tell how sprawling it is. We are in the Bronx, but also in upper areas, including Westchester and Rockland County as well. We also have one medical school and one nursing school. And if any of you have heard about the grant that we received, our medical school tuition is now completely free. So that is something that happened in the last few years that is really exciting for Montefiore specifically. So now I'll talk a little bit more about the faculty practice group and who we are specifically. So the faculty practice group is a network of 26 specialty and subspecialty physician practices. Specialties include anything like dermatology, neurosurgery, neurology, ENT, ear, nose, and throat. So all of those specialties are housed under faculty practice group. We serve the Bronx, Manhattan, Westchester, and the Hudson Valley communities. So our central office is located in the Bronx, but we really serve the whole New York area. And we provide an umbrella of services for the entire continuum of our patients' ambulatory experience. And we also cover administrative services, including patient access, human resources, quality, and finance. So it's really a group of leadership that not only overlooks the specialties, but also supports with all different levels of need for the whole system. We're also the largest business unit at Montefiore. So we have over 5,800 associates. You can see some of our other numbers here. I won't go through each one specifically, but this is a huge business unit, and that means that we overlook, all the expansion and the strategy of the system, including, different ways that clinics are expanding and growing. So that is all housed under faculty practice group. This is primarily an ambulatory fellowship, which means that we don't really deal too much with the inpatient side. But if any of you are interested specifically in growth and clinic growth, this is a really good experience because we are housed exactly in the actual department that overlooks that. Here's some more pictures of some sites. Lucy and I were actually able to tour these during our first week here, which was really exciting. On the upper left there, that's one of our MEAC practices, Montefiore Einstein Advanced Care. And in the bottom left, that's our Amazon, or those are our Manhattan sites. So you can see, a little bit into the clinic. And on the right, there's some more pictures of our Taxter site as well. Now we'll talk a little bit more about the fellowship specifically. So our fellowship is right in the middle between 1 and 2 years. It's right at 18 months. It's both rotational and project-based. A lot of people ask if our rotations are elective or if they're already set. Also, Lucy, I'm not sure if you're unmuted. Would you mind muting? I think I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Okay, I think that's good. So this is both a rotational and project-based program. That means that for some rotations, you are able to choose exactly what you want to rotate in. And actually, that's the case for most of this fellowship. The only rotation that is set is your first rotation, and that will be within faculty practice group itself. So that rotation kind of exposes you to the different overarching arms of faculty practice group, including, for example, HR, finance. You'll learn how to kind of become adjusted to the role through different data reports as well. And the actual fellowship director is the AVP of clinical operations. So you'll also get some exposure to clinical operations as well. So that's the first set rotation, but every rotation after that is elective, and you can do your own research, coffee chats with leadership here to figure out what might be the best for you. So for example, I had a really big interest in design and construction, and so I actually proposed that as a rotation, and I was the first fellow to do so. So there's a lot of room for you to be able to learn all different facets of the system. We're also on NAFCAS, so you'll be able to find us on there if you just type in Montefiore. To be an eligible candidate, you should have a degree in a field related to healthcare administration. So that can be any of these degrees here outlined, but really any master's degree in healthcare or health-related fields would work, with an expected graduation date between December 2026, this upcoming winter, and May 2027. Having experience in the healthcare industry is a huge plus, so any type of internship or employment, and having a strong interest in healing, teaching, discovering, and advancing the health of the communities we serve, which is Montefiore's mission. Here are some key application dates. Our applications are now open until September 3rd, and our interview period is first round. Our interview period specifically begins on a rolling basis. So the quicker that you can get in your application, the faster that we can review it and also extend you a first round interview, because first round can go on anytime from now until September 3rd, and even a few days afterwards as well. And for the acceptance date, that will be within days of the final round, which would be expected around mid-September. And just another note, which is also called at the bottom, our applications are reviewed on a rolling basis. So I just want to emphasize that. So as soon as you can get your applications in, the sooner that you can be considered as well. Here's some of our past fellows. So you can see that they have all stayed within Montefiore. Vinny actually at the bottom there, he stayed with Montefiore for about 10 years and actually just transferred over to Hackensack. All of our other fellows since Vinny have stayed with Montefiore, which I think is really a testament to the organization's culture. Montefiore is really special, and Lucy and I have talked about this because it's a very community-based system, which you don't normally get for a New York fellowship, just because a lot of Manhattan has more of that city feel. But Montefiore is, a New York fellowship, but also has that really community-based aspect, and the culture is really specific. And I think it's testament that all of our fellows have also stayed within Montefiore as well. Sparkle, the fellow before me, is now an operations manager. Albert is a divisional administrator for endocrinology. Wendy stayed and is now a senior engagement manager, and Khadija project manager for our FPG operations team as well. So a lot of amazing work that these fellows have done, and we are very tight knit as well. We have our own group chat and we all help each other, and that's really nice too. So that is it. I will now stop sharing. Happy to answer any questions. I know we have, is it just about 3 minutes, Malia? 12:45?
Yep.
Okay, great. So happy to take, any questions. I know we just have a few minutes here, but Lucy and I are happy
Actually,
to.
sorry, you actually have more time than that. You'll have 5 minutes left at 11:50, at 12:50 your time.
At 12:50. Okay, gotcha. So we have some time to answer, which is great. Yeah. I see, is it Byron?
Yes, thank y'all so much for presenting this morning. I just had a quick question. So there are some programs where the fellowship's built into the curriculum, so you won't have that degree in May of 27. Are those students still eligible?
So you're saying specifically the fellowship is built into the student's curriculum as well. I just want to clarify. That's what you're
Yes,
asking?
so we won't have degrees in hand until May of 28.
So unfortunately, this would not apply to those students. This would only apply to those who have their degree successfully confirmed before the fellowship start.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course. I see Leah's hand next.
Hi, yes. Good morning. I was just wondering, with the applications being a rolling basis, does that mean you want a full complete application before you extend interviews? Because recommendations can come in like later after we actually submit our application through NAVCAS. So I was just wondering, are you expecting it to be fully complete with recommendations, or as long as we have the materials that we can provide ourselves, then you guys start considering?
So ideally, it would be a complete application by the time that you submit. That would be the most ideal scenario. If there's maybe one recommender that's lagging, you can just let us know, or email our admin fellow email. That would just be adminfellow@montefiore.org. So keep us in the loop. But ideally, you do have all of your materials ready to submit by that point.
Thank you.
Of course.
Hi there. Not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, nice to meet you, and thank you for your presentation. Out of curiosity, is there any kind of particular trait that you are looking for in fellows? I know that some fellowships are kind of looking for more quantitative-based applications, maybe more ops-based. Is there any kind of particular side of is there any kind of particular trait you're looking for in your in your applications?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think honestly, a lot of skills that you need to succeed in this fellowship, you can learn on the job. But there are, certain skills that would be helpful for fellows that are starting. One of those includes, having a pretty good understanding of Microsoft 365 and all the applications that go with it, like, Excel, Word, those are used on a daily basis. Um, so that's a really helpful skill to be able to understand, is if you kind of know how to play around with Excel and those types of applications. But that being said, I think what we're really looking for is someone who's really community and mission oriented. um, this fellowship, and I think that many of you will find this to be true, will be at the end of the day more about culture fit over anything else. We do unfortunately only take one fellow per year, and usually what happens is there's so many great applicants, but we really want someone who understands and is curious about working for a system like Montefiore. I think being really specific about your interest for fellowship specifically, but also why Montefiore as a choice is something that stands out to us when we're reviewing as applicants. So really just being specific about your interests within administration and maybe how you foresee yourself being able to participate in the fellowship, what types of rotations you'd like to do as well, are all helpful things to know in your application.
I see. And I do have a follow-up, but I don't want to take time from anyone else who is kind of in the chat or in the wings. Is it okay if I go ahead, or should I kind of like go to the back of the line?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is kind of just like a general question for you who's kind of gone through the process. Obviously we're looking for the right opportunity, where we want to do our fellowships. What kind of general advice can you give to us as we're on this hunt to find like the best opportunity that matches our own kind of personality, our own career trajectories, our own skill sets? I feel like, at least personally, having gone through, maybe 80, 90 different kind of webinars at this point, at some point they kind of almost blend together. And I don't know how to kind of differentiate in between opportunities. And just being at just how would you kind of recommend someone from who's in the hunt? How do you find the best opportunity that matches you?
Sure. So I'll answer quickly and then I'll let Lucy also pitch in as well. I would say the main thing is think about where you see yourself, even geographically. For me, I knew I wanted to be in New York. I knew I wanted to stay on the East Coast. That automatically narrowed my list to like 8 hospitals. So that helped a lot. But after that, really think about what would serve you best, right? Like I came straight in from my master's, so I never worked in, an official job. So I knew that I wanted the breadth that rotations would offer me, and I needed a lot of flexibility to figure out exactly what type of work that I wanted to do, right? So I think for me, I knew I wanted something to be rotational. I knew I wanted something in New York, and that helped to narrow my list a lot. So really reflect, I think, on what you want and think about, is this something that will suit me? And also, more than that, even is, do I get along with the current fellows? Because that tends to be a culture fit as well. Fellows are usually very pre-selected. So talk to people, see who you enjoy talking to, and really match up based off of that as well. And I'll pass this off to Lucy if you want to add anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I have very similar answers to Madeline. I think I would definitely, geography was a big component of where I decided to apply. I think culture fit is a big one. And I think in finding a good culture fit, being yourself through the interview process is really important. Knowing that you're also interviewing you're also interviewing to know like which place you want to end up. So I think being true to yourself in that and being authentic about your experiences is really helpful. And then again, I think finding different hospitals and healthcare systems that are aligned with what goals you have or what goals you think you could have in the future if you're still unsure about where you want to end up, is things that I would keep in mind through the application process.
I see. Okay. That's very insightful. Are you both East Coast gals? Like,
I am. Madeline is from Chicago. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm from the Midwest, so this is new to me, but I did spend 6 years in upstate New York, so that helped to familiarize myself with New York as a state. But of course, New York City is very different than the rest of the state.
Absolutely.
And I'm not a New Yorker, but I went to grad school in New York, so started.
I was going to say, I kind of saw you went to the Big Red. My brother went there as well.
Oh,
And then
cool.
I actually went to kind of like the tier 2 Ivy League in the area, University of Rochester. And upstate New York, very familiar with the area, and I have a lot of love for it.
Rochester is great. I've flown through that airport many a times to get back to school.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. But appreciate you. Thank you so much for your responses.
Of course. And I know we're just about at time. I'll just quickly answer the question that came in. Do you only accept current students? Would someone who graduate in 2025 be considered? Yes, we would still consider. So please feel free to send in your application. And I think that's it. We're right at time, right, Malia?
You still have like 4 minutes left if you want to take any more questions before we throw it over to UT. So you have a couple more minutes.
Oh, okay. Awesome. So I guess if there are any other questions, feel free. Yes, is it Ezgi? I think you're muted.
Yeah, thank you. This is Ezgi. Thanks for presentation, and I have a quick question. My graduation was 2024, and is it supposed to be in year? Someone who graduated 2 years ago still eligible or no?
Yeah, so technically we still review all applications. So if you are curious and you graduate a little bit earlier, you can still submit and we will still review. That line in the presentation is meant to be for guidance, but if you're, a few years out from graduation, we will still review your application.
All right, thanks.
Of course. Yes, Shreyans?
Thank you, Madeline and Lucy, for this great presentation. Madeline, you mentioned that you moved directly after master's into this program. So, what about how is it looked at if you do have some work experience in the healthcare industry? Is that a plus, or it's a level playing field?
Yes, so having healthcare experience is really helpful for this position. That being said, a fellowship, broadly speaking, is meant for exploration, right? So we really would prefer people who are still hoping to figure out where they want to end up. So, if you have 20 years of like healthcare experience, this might not be the right experience for you. But let's say you've worked within healthcare for just like 2 years or so, you think that there's a different way that you want to move within administration, see all the different areas, and see what might best serve you, then a fellowship would be, a good choice. But that being said, this is exploratory opportunity, right? Because you get this opportunity to see different parts of the system. So we wouldn't want to bring in someone who's closed off to new experiences within healthcare, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much.
Of course. I think we have time for about one more question if anyone wants to ask. But if not, I will drop our admin fellow email in the chat right here again. Please feel free to reach out and ask any questions that you might have about applications or otherwise. So thank you all so much for having us.
Thank you both. I also dropped the NAFCAST link in the chat right at the top of this presentation. It'll be every other presentation today will also be on NAFCAST. So it'll keep popping up just in case you miss it. But it's always a great place to go explore if you want a little bit extra information. And then again, that admin fellows email is the best place to reach out. Thank you so much, Madeline and Lucy. Lucy, congrats on starting your fellowship.
Thank you.
We will talk to you soon. If you have any other questions for them, feel free to drop them in the chat or email them over to them.
Thank you so much, Malia, for coordinating this.
Of course. Thanks, y'all.
Thank
I am looking really quickly for the UT team.
I'm here.
There you are. Okay, hey,
Yeah.
Leah. Feel free to take it away whenever you're ready. We're about a minute ahead of schedule.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me and giving me the opportunity to share today about UT Medical Center. I'm going to share some slides with y'all. And then we'll for sure have some time afterwards to talk about, so take questions. So be writing them down for sure. Let me put this in the presentation mode. Okay. Hopefully you guys are seeing the right thing.
Yep.
All right. So my name is Leah Galliban. I'm with the UT Medical Center. And today I just wanted to go a little bit over, the history and overview of the UT Medical Center, talk specifically about the Administrative Fellowship Program, and then kind of what timeline and next steps looks like if you're interested in applying. So our vision at UT Medicine is really defining the future of health, where we work together with our community to make this possible, to set the standard for excellence in integrated multidisciplinary patient care. And we also have an eye towards research that will make meaningful impact. And as an academic medical center, we lead innovation in medical education and life sciences entrepreneurship. Okay. And then our mission is really, this is a lot on this slide, but ultimately the mission is how to revolutionize how people get and stay healthy, and we're approaching this through a variety of different angles. Collaboration is super important, patient empowerment, research, innovation, new technologies, and of course, leadership development, which is, the administrative training program is a piece of that. This is a little timeline that shows the beginning of the medical school to today. I wanted to share a timeline just because we are a very new organization and we have a lot of growth going on, which I think is a differentiator and opportunity for a lot of people, and an exciting, an exciting opportunity to be a part of what's going on. So in 2012, our Prop 1 was approved by voters in Travis County to raise property tax revenue to really improve the health for people in Central Texas. So as you can see, this effort started in the community and is invested in by the community, which is really incredible buy-in. And then in 2014, we opened and signed an affiliation agreement with UT Austin, Central Health and Community Care, our partners. In 2015, we launched our GME programs. 2016, our first class of 50 medical students matriculated. In 2017, UT Health Austin, which is our outpatient clinic, started seeing patients. 2018, I wanted to highlight that we opened the Texas Center for Pediatric and Congenital Heart Disease. And this was really a special program that started to really provide world-class care close to home. A lot of times people were having to go to Dallas or Houston to get this kind of care. And so we're bringing the care to them. And this is just one of many different programs and specialties that we've brought to Austin since we launched. In 2020, our first class of medical students graduated. In 2022, we got a new dean, Dr. Claudia Lucanetti, and have had some exciting momentum since she came on board. 2023, we announced the creation of the University of Texas Dell Medical Center, which will include a partnership. It's a new hospital with a partnership with the Cancer Center, with MD Anderson Cancer Center. So this is a really cool opportunity for growth for us. And by 2030, as you can see on the bottom, our UT Medical Center is set to open. Thankfully, all the growth that we have going on is coming from a strong foundation. Over the past 10 years, we've recruited over 560 new doctors to Austin. We've added 98 faculty researchers with over 149 million in sponsored projects. We've graduated over 280 medical students, and we're training almost 500 residents and fellows that provide tons of care to people in and around the city of Austin. These are our community partners. We couldn't do it without them. And a lot of our faculty and students actually practice at these different sites. And so 75% of our faculty actually work full or part-time in the community with those some of those clinical partners that were on the previous slide. Additionally, our students and trainees really support the health of the community by practicing in the city of Austin and beyond. The city of Austin is kind of smack dab in the middle of this map, and as you can see, the care that's provided by our residents and fellows really extends way beyond that to maybe some more underserved communities. So if it isn't clear by now, supporting our community is really central to our mission. Some of our specific community initiatives include the C.D. Doyle Clinic, which is a free clinic that our students run in East Austin to provide care for uninsured and underinsured individuals. We did a great project with the Austin State Hospital where we redesigned and reimagined care for brain health. Diversion is a program where we provide mental health support for people who are potentially going to be involved in the criminal justice system, help remove them from potential involvement in that. Medical respite is a great program that we have that provides care for people who are experiencing homelessness. And then our permanent supportive housing healthcare collaborative is we provide care to people in permanent supportive housing units in Austin. So in addition to our educational and clinical practice, we have a really robust research operation. In 2025, we had 98 funded faculty researchers, 241 active projects, and over 149 million in sponsored project expenditures. So as I mentioned previously, we are growing to build a new hospital, a UT Specialty Care Hospital and MD Anderson Cancer Center. And these is an incredible opportunity to integrate new technology and expertise, but really with the purpose of advancing healthcare and health outcomes for people. So not only will we be expanding our facilities with the new hospital, but we'll also be recruiting tons of new faculty and staff, more than tripling our NIH research funding and expanding our philanthropy efforts. And this expansion provides an opportunity to really transform in the digital space. So we just launched a new EHR, Epic, in April, and this will help our growth and expansion. We are launching a new enterprise research planning system to support HR and finance. We are acquiring an advanced data platform, incorporating AI, and lots more to just increase and enhance the care that we provide patients. These are a couple pictures of what the new site will look like. So in April 2026, the Board of Regents announced that Michael and Susan Dell surpassed over $1 billion in lifetime giving to Austin. So the new medical center is going to be named after them, the UT Dell Medical Center. And so as you can see here, there's some design concepts for the new hospital. And building a hospital in the 21st century really allows you to take advantage of incorporating new technologies to provide seamless care, seamless integrated care for patient outcomes and experience. So these are some design concepts of the potential new technologies we're looking to implement in the medical complex. And so that kind of wraps up my section about kind of the history and future of UT Medicine. And now I'll transition us to talk a little bit about the fellowship program. So our administrative fellowship program is a pretty new program. Our inaugural fellow started last July 2025. And it's a 2-year program, and we currently hire 1 fellow at a time. So at any given point, there's going to be a junior and senior fellow. So our second fellow actually starts next week. And we also recently launched a summer internship program. So if you have other people who are interested in internships, or maybe coming into their master's and want to gain more experience, we have an internship program as well. And these are really the individuals that make up the learning cohort, the summer interns, and then the 2 fellows. In addition, I think we have a unique setup where we have partnerships with other UT system sites like MD Anderson, UT Southwestern, and UT Medical Branch. And all of these sites have administrative fellows, and we participate in what we call a fellowship exchange program. So every spring, all the fellows get together and travel to the different sites to network and really just learn from the leaders there about opportunities and what the priorities are for that institution. This is a kind of a high-level overview of the two-year fellowship. So the first month or so will include a lot of orientation and immersion activities to get you acclimated to the environment, lots of networking, one-on-one meetings. And then the remainder of year one is really focused on project assignments. So this is a project-based curriculum. You may have heard of another common structure, which is rotation-based. But we honestly feel that a project-based curriculum provides a little bit of a more realistic or stronger experience for fellows. It's less compartmentalized and a little more consistent with what you might experience as a healthcare administrator. Really, the totality of the projects are meant to provide you with direct interactions with key leaders, but also deep exposure to the functions of the enterprise. Things like clinical operations, strategy, finance, etc. And then some projects may be elective or more customized to your interests. So maybe you want to grow in learning about research or education or communications and marketing or compliance, things like that. But really, the project process is meant to be one that's collaborative. So as fellows are being onboarded, in the months before they come on board, we start having conversations about their interests and goals for the fellowship. And from that, we're able to source projects that will really help them grow in opportunity areas and also help them shine in areas that they're already skilled in. And then year two is really unique. You'll be moved into an interim management role. So this is maybe something that's, a project that you did in the first year that you're like, I want to continue this and grow even further. And the department that you are working with creates a brand new position for you. It might be a position opens up in an area that you're interested in growing in, and you're able to roll into that opportunity. But it's meant to, it's a collaborative conversation to determine what that role will be to make sure that it supports you in your long-term goals. So these are some examples of some potential projects you might get to do as a fellow. As you can see, these projects will give you exposure to a variety of different business domains and competencies. If you're going to be a fellow here, probably at least one of your projects will be focused on the new hospital. But there's a lot of other growth going on as we, expand our service lines and things like that. So there's, a list here, but if you want to learn about other projects, I'm happy to share about those. And a big piece of being a fellow is developing as a leader. So we do have specific funding and curriculum designed to develop your skills here. Of course, one of the primary ways it's going to happen is through your mentor relationships with senior leaders. So you'll be paired up with a mentor and meet regularly with them to discuss your goals, maybe your current assignments. You'll also be engaged in some senior leadership meetings and committees. And being involved in these groups will really help you be able to see what executive level decision making is like and contribute to that. We also have funds set aside for you to take classes and go to conferences that'll really help you grow in specific leadership skills. Of course, there's lots of benefits to the fellowship, but some specific tangible benefits are we offer a competitive fellowship salary of $75,000 annually. You're treated like a regular employee, so you get paid time off. You have access to all of the insurance and wellness programs that we have here at the university. We have the option to provide allowance for relocation expenses if that's needed. And then we also offer a monthly cellular device allowance. So the important dates, our application, of course, comes through NAFCAS and opened on June 5th and will close on September 10th. And we'll be reviewing applications on a rolling basis. So honestly, I think the sooner you can apply, the better. And we'll start having interviews in August and September, and then we'll have an on-campus interview day on September 29th. And we'll make our final selection that first week of October. That's honestly it for my presentation, but I'd love to take some time to answer questions. You can reach out to us. I'll put our website in the chat. Let me stop sharing. And then and yeah, you can reach out to us. And if you have specific follow-up questions that we maybe didn't answer, happy to answer those. But let's see, I don't know if anybody put any questions in the chat. Oh. How do I add to that chat? There it is. All right. Okay, I popped our. Okay, it looks like there's already some questions in the chat, so maybe I'll answer those. And then if anybody has any additional questions, I'm happy to take those. What are some traits and skills that you are looking for within fellows? That is a great question. As you can see, we're a pretty new organization, and so we kind of have a startup culture. I get that question a lot, like, what's the culture of DelMed? It's very innovative and fast-paced, and like self-starters really are do well and succeed here. So the ability to be flexible, to wear different hats, I think that's something that we look for in fellows. Someone that's not going to be like, this wasn't in my job description, like someone that's really open to opportunity and learning and growing, trying something new. That's a huge trait. I think someone who is really warm and collaborative is really important because of the growth that's going on. We have so much collaboration going on across units to make that growth happen. And so someone that is a team player and can work well with others and communicate well is super important. I think those are like the main traits that I would say is something that I look for. We're not looking for a pre-baked leader, that's what the fellowship is meant to do, is to help you learn how to become a leader and grow in those skills. But if you do have leadership experience in the past, that's always something to highlight, I would say, in your application materials, because it shows that you have invested in that in the past and you want to grow in that in the future. And then we have another question. So this is strictly a graduate fellowship. It's postgraduate. So those who have completed their master's program, the eligibility for the program is you have to have completed your master's in the past 12 months. So previously we left it kind of open-ended. I know there was a question in the previous group about someone who had graduated maybe in 2024. Unfortunately, because of the our program has grown in popularity, even though it's a pretty new program. We got a lot of applications, and since we only have one spot per year, we had to narrow kind of our application eligibility. And so, yeah, if you've graduated in the past 12 months, so anyone between, July, like now, and next year, then you're eligible. So, yeah. Shreyans, did you have a question?
Just, I think the lights went off because of the movement. But
That's
so
fine.
nice to see you again, Leah. I've been met over the summer and we had a great conversation. I've been interested in DelMed since. Uh, and also remember the interesting projects Rohan was working on. So really wanted to know what are the plans in place to retain fellows and what are some positions they can go on to take at DelMed going forward?
Fantastic question. Great to see you again. The purpose of this program, or one of the purposes that the reasons that this program was created was to create a pipeline of leaders, so we want to retain our fellows if they want to stay. So we will do our utmost to find opportunities for them here that align with their interests and goals. So obviously we don't have a track record yet because our first fellow is just starting their second year. But that's the hope, is that he would want to stay on. I can tell you a little bit about Rohan's. Rohan is our inaugural fellow. He's starting his second year, like I mentioned, and he is moving into an interim management role as the project manager for the new hospital build. So brand new role. Didn't exist before, but is incredibly important to make sure that ideas get from an idea to execution. And so he's really excited about that role, and we're excited that he's going to be in it. So I could foresee it being a future role for him if he wants to continue in that space, because he's made such great connections with the team and has already been such a fantastic contributor. So the hope is that people would want to stay here and continue their growth here at Delmed.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
great to know, and so nice to see you again.
Yes. Jason, you want to go?
Hi, Leah. So nice to meet you. My name is Jason. I am about to graduate from Brown University with my master's in healthcare leadership. And thank you so much for the presentation. It sounds super exciting and really refreshing. Definitely a new take on a admin fellowship, especially being so new. So my question is, what kind of challenges would fellows face being in a program that is so new, and how are they different from ones that would be in like a more established fellowship? And
Yeah,
also talk about like startup culture a bit in this. Yeah.
yes, that's a great question. I think there are a lot of opportunities, right, with that startup culture, but it's a double-edged sword, right? The other side of it is there is a lot of ambiguity. And sometimes with these projects that are being proposed by our preceptors across the organization, it's not a clear charter. There's, sometimes the project takes shape over time more than it is like specifically set up at the beginning. So I think someone who is able to be okay with ambiguity is really important. But I think there's a lot of opportunity, like our program isn't so new that we don't have structure, right? We have a lot of learning opportunities built in. We have, specific projects that the fellow is assigned to. And there's a lot of support here at the organization for the fellow. I think that was one of my worries, was just like the culture change around, this is a brand new program. Are people going to be supportive of trainee growth? And overwhelmingly so, have been surprised by people's excitement to be a part of and support our trainees. So I think the ambiguity is the piece that might scare some people. But I think there's a lot of opportunity too that comes with that. So that was a great question.
Thank you so much. That's exciting. Appreciate
Yeah.
it. Mm.
Renee, go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I did have a question about the organization also. Since you guys are so new, I was curious to know what one challenge is that you guys have faced implementing the administrative fellowship and what was done to overcome that.
Oh man, that's a great question. I don't think I've ever gotten that question before. So way to go for asking a hard one. A challenge that we had to overcome. I've honestly been surprised by how supportive it has been. Like I mentioned, we launched this fellowship program last year, and immediately there was so much support for it that they were like, let's do an internship program. And so we just launched the internship program this summer. I think a challenge can be like the kind of along the lines of the ambiguity. There can be some scope creep that comes with the projects that are assigned to our fellow, because there's so much opportunity for growth and so much opportunity for collaboration that sometimes there's the desire to have the fellow take on more than they had been assigned to at the front end. And so managing that scope creep and being really clear with preceptors on like this is what we agreed to. If there's opportunity and the fellow has bandwidth to grow, to grow their work on a project, then we could take that on and change the charter and things like that. But usually I think that's one of the hardest things that we've come across is just being clear about this is the scope of the project and this is what we need to stay within. I think something too that was interesting, that's actually been a benefit for Del Med because of the program is that we realized that in starting this program that there were other, you know, someone would propose a project and then we'd find out that, oh my gosh, this other group is also working on a project like this. Oh, and this other group's working on a project like this. So sometimes, the visibility that the fellow has in starting a project is really incredible for combining efforts. And so that was a challenge in that we had to, be like, oh my gosh, there are 3 projects that are very similar that are going on at the same time. How do we combine them? And how do we, like, for example, that happened with one of Rohan's projects this past year, where we had to change the preceptor because the project grew from a department level project to an enterprise-wide project because there was so much interest and people working on similar things. So yeah, it's just increasing the opportunities for communication, which has been good and helped our organization as a whole, but can be something kind of tricky to navigate for the fellow and the team.
Yeah, I was really interested too because I know that you mentioned that there's a lot of support and so just like that type of support that's available for fellows, especially since there's not like a huge network since it's just new.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. And then a follow-up question I did have, I just graduated with my
Actually,
MA.
Renee, sorry. I'm so sorry to cut you off. If you could
Oh,
please put your question in the
oh
chat,
yeah, no
Arlia. I'm
problem.
so
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
can
sorry.
I
answer it
just
in
It's
chat.
want to,
okay.
yeah, but great
I don't
question,
want to take any
honestly.
more time. I'm sorry.
You're so fine. It's we're just on a tight schedule with these, but I want to make sure, Ibrahim, if you could put your question in the chat too, that would be awesome. Leah, please
I'll
feel
answer
free to
it.
stay on and
Yeah.
answer questions. I want to be able to throw it over to Angelina and Alyssa and Michaela so they can tell you about Mainline Health.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Leah.
Everybody, email me if you need.
Thank you, Malia. I will share my screen and we can get started. Can you all see my screen?
No, not yet.
Okay. Now, can you?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. So, good afternoon or morning, depending on where you are located. Thank you for joining today. We are excited to share more about the Administrative Fellowship at Mainline Health, and we'll answer any questions and save time for you all to ask questions at the end. But before we get started and jump into our fellowship program at Mainline Health, I'm going to walk through some introductions of our leaders who are on this call today. So, my name's Alyssa Demara. I am a Senior Project Manager of Operations here at Mainline Health. I've been here for about 10 months. I am newer to my role, but I play a strong part in helping to guide the future fellow and the current fellow on their path throughout their program. I work closely with the fellow on their different projects, and help as a leader and preceptor perspective. And I'll hand it over to Michaela.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michaela Fennell. I am the most recent past fellow serving in the FY26. I recently stepped into a new role at Mainline Health as an HR strategy manager, supporting our largest entity, Lincoln All Medical Center. And then I will hand it over to Angelina. I've been with Mainline for about 7 years, just to piggyback off of Alyssa in terms of time frame. So I've gotten to really learn and know the system pretty well, but I'm going to hand it over to Angelina.
Thank you, Michaela. Hi, everyone. I'm Angelina Sarasani, and my current role is a transformation engineer, which is a fancy term for I do project management, process improvement, and cost value analysis. I was a former fellow previously at a different organization, but under the same preceptor. And I've been with Mainline Health for approximately 10 months now. It's about to be 11 in a day. I'm going to pass it over to Maddie.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maddie Otis, and I am the current administrative fellow. And I just stepped into this role about officially a week ago, so very exciting. And I'll pass it off back over to Alyssa.
Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to dive into our system overview. This section will give you a foundation understanding of Mainline Health. We'll talk about the size of our organization at a high level, given we have very limited time. And then we'll talk through more so of the specifics of our fellowship program. So Mainline Health was founded in 1985. It's a not-for-profit health system serving the greater Philadelphia region. It's located along the Main Line, if any of you are familiar with this area. To give you a sense of scale, we operate 5 hospitals, 7 health centers, and over 150 medical practice locations. We have more than 14,000 employees, nearly 1,400 licensed beds, and our medical staff numbers are over 2,100. On the volume side, we see over 1.4 million outpatient visits and nearly 214,000 ER visits annually. Our service lines span across acute care at 4 of our hospitals. So our 4 hospitals being Lincoln, Bryn Mawr, Paoli, and Riddle Hospital. Plus, we have 1 inpatient rehab hospital, which is called Bryn Mawr Rehab Hospital, and 1 treatment center for behavioral health called Miramont Treatment Center. We also have home health and hospice and research through our Lincoln Institute of Research, as well as various outpatient services across our 7 health systems. This breadth is one of the key advantages of our fellowship. You're not just limited to a single facility during this program or a single service line. You'll get exposure to the entire system across all different areas. So like I mentioned, we're located in the western suburbs of Philadelphia, which offers a great quality of life for easy access to the city. So some of our hospitals are located closer to Philadelphia, some further out, but it's just a very easy drive. As you can see on the map, our facilities are strategically spread across the region. Our 4 acute care hospitals are highlighted in these plus signs on the screen, and there are core hubs for our system. We also operate specialty facilities, including Bryn Mawr Rehab Hospital, Miramont Treatment Center, plus 7 outpatient health centers in Broomall, Concordville, Newtown Square, Exton, King of Prussia, Collegeville, and Devon. And then our corporate office, which is the pink sign, is in Radnor, Pennsylvania. As a fellow, you'll primarily be based out of the corporate office, but we'll have the opportunity to spend time at locations across the system and throughout Pennsylvania. So now I'll shift gears to the fellowship program itself. This section will cover the structure, the goals, and the experiences that define Mainline Health Administrative Fellowship. Our fellowship is designed to be a comprehensive and flexible program, giving you broad system exposure while allowing you to tailor the experiences to your professional interest. So the Mainline Health Administrative Fellowship Program is a 12-month project-based leadership development program designed for recent graduate students pursuing careers in healthcare administration or business administration or public health or likewise majors. As a part of a large integrated community health system, fellows work closely with senior executives and operational leaders to lead and support strategic initiatives. The program provides exposure across system operations, strategy, planning, quality improvement, finance, marketing, population health, ambulatory operations, and patient experience. That's just a list that does not entail everything. You'll be exposed to a breadth of different areas across the system. One thing that does set our program apart is the flexibility to tailor your experience based on your professional interest, career goals, and organizational needs. It's not a one-size-fits-all rotational fellowship. It's an intentionally designed leadership development experience. So now let me walk you through what the day-to-day looks like for this fellowship. So in this program, fellows lead and contribute to high-priority strategic and operational projects. These are real initiatives with meaningful impact, not busy work. And Michaela would be happy to provide a couple examples on projects she was able to lead throughout her fellowship journey this past year. You'll also partner with cross-functionally with executives across hospitals, ambulatory services, and corporate departments, giving you exposure to how an integrated health system operates. There will be significant exposure to governance, executive leadership, and organizational strategy through participation in various leadership meetings across the system. Fellows will also develop core competencies in communication, change management, analytics, financial stewardship, and performance improvement, all through mentorship, which we highly value at this organization, and professional associations and interdisciplinary collaboration. Now let's move through the application process. This section will cover everything you need to know about eligibility, required materials, and key dates. So to be eligible for the fellowship, you must have completed a master's degree from an accredited U.S. institution, and then the qualifying degrees are listed on the screen. CAMI accredited programs are preferred, but applicants from non-CAMI programs are welcome to and encouraged to apply. In terms of candidate profile, we're looking for strong analytical and problem-solving skills, excellent written and verbal communication, leadership potential and initiative, adaptability in fast-paced environments, and a genuine commitment to patient-centered care. Candidates must also be authorized to work in the United States, as visa sponsorship is not available. And this position requires being located in the greater Philadelphia area and working in person 40 hours or more per week. So to apply, you'll need to submit 5 components: a cover letter, a CV or resume, a personal statement, official transcripts, and 3 letters of recommendation. Take your time with the personal statement. It is your opportunity to convey your passion for healthcare leadership, your career goals, and why Mainline Health is the right fit for you. It allows you to stand out amongst your peers. External candidates can apply through NAVCAS, while internal candidates to Mainline Health can apply through our employee self-service website. Here is the full application timeline. So one key date to keep in mind is the application due date. So our application is open currently, and the application closes on September 4th, followed by a week of phone screens. So you could have a phone screen at any time during this week, then a first round virtual interview, then our final on-site interview will be September 24th and 25th, with the final decision and offers extended on October 2nd. If anything you heard resonated with you today, I want to personally encourage you to apply for our 2027 to 2028 cohort. This is your first step to growing into a healthcare leader, and we would love to see your application. Before you apply, you're welcome to join any one of our 3 upcoming webinars, or follow this QR code to go to our website to learn more about our program. This link right here will lead you to the NAVCAS website, which I'm sure you all have access to. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us via this administrative fellowship at mlhs.org email address. And that's everything we have to present to you all today, and I would like to open it up to any questions. And I'll keep this on the screen so you guys have time. Time to, let me reshare that. Time to scan the QR code.
Looks like Claire, you have a question.
Yeah. Hi guys, my name is Claire. I'm a first year, or going to my second year. I'm in the MHA program at the University of Florida, and thank you guys for presenting. But I have 2 really quick questions. One, what exactly is a phone screen? That process?
Yes, a phone screen. So as far as our process is concerned, typically what we'll do is we'll do an initial phone screening, which is essentially an opportunity for us to ask you some initial questions and you to have an opportunity to ask us some initial questions as your application is selected to move forward. So it's like a preliminary interview, if you will, ahead of further interviews.
So that's a phone call, and compared to like a virtual interview would be over Zoom or something. Okay, that's what I was looking. My second question is, in terms of, this is a 1-year program versus I know a few others have a 2-year program. How did you guys feel about that kind of accelerated fellowship compared to a 2-year?
I would say for me, I think 1 year was actually pretty good. I think in a year, I think if you're approaching and know that you're going into a program that is designated for 12 months a year, I think that you should mentally prepare yourself for an accelerated approach versus a longer term program. So I'll start with that. I personally felt like a 1 year approach was great because I was able to break it up into quarters just mentally for myself. Just starting out, of course, getting footing into the administrative fellowship, just what the expectations are, what some of the project work would look like, and then being able to roll through into taking on some early projects and then some that were more extensive. So I think a year gives you a good opportunity to really put into practice the things that you're learning at an accelerated pace, and it gives you an opportunity to get feedback really, really quickly and be able to adjust as well. So I thought 1 year was great, honestly. I think that beyond a year, at times, I think realistically for the project work that you're doing, a year also gives you an opportunity to see early wins, if you will, fruits of your labor. So I think that's also another perspective that I would ask versus maybe some longer term projects that would take you more than a year to execute, which you do get to be a part of. However, I was able to participate in a lot of projects that I was able to see the execution and the fruits of my labor within my year. So I felt like that was also a win. Angelina, I'm not sure if you have anything to add as well, because I think your program was also a year.
So actually, originally my program was 2 years, and then I left my program early. So kind of to Michaela's point, because I do at Frez, I did the 12-month process. It is rapidly moving. You're in and out of projects, and then you're thinking about what comes next. What was nice about the 2-year program is that it was a little bit of slower pace, but I would definitely say that in hindsight, a 1-year program, you learn what you have to learn, and then you have the opportunity to move on into another role. So I think it's personal preference, what you think would work best for you.
Thank you, guys.
I'm not sure who was in order just because of the way our screens are set up. Lauren, I believe you are next.
Hello, my name is Lauren. I'm a second year in the VCU program for Master's of Health Administration. I just wondered if either of you would share, Angelina or Michaela, like a project that you really enjoyed doing while you were doing at your fellowship.
I can start. I enjoyed all the projects I got to work on, but I think one of the projects I really, really enjoyed, we deployed essentially personalized security buttons throughout our system. What I really enjoyed about it was the fact that I was able to go in and actually like do not only the project management for the project in terms of deploying, but go into each of our sites and our off sites as far as our outpatient centers, and literally physically hand them out, and be able to connect with employees, do the FAQs, actually answer questions, and be really start to finish for the project. I enjoyed it not only from the personable aspect and being able to interact with all the employees across the system at different entities, but also just being able, like I said, to see from the project management perspective and looking at all the names and everything just laid out in terms of the number and the volume of the security buttons to be able to actually deploy them and be able to do the handout. I feel like it was just very full circle, which a lot of times just even in the project management world, sometimes you don't always get to see front to end. You may see the product, if you will, and the execution from others, but being able to do the execution on top of planning was really, really fun for me. So I had a great time and it was a great team that I got to work with.
I could jump in next really quickly. One project that I really enjoyed working on was I was a liaison at a offsite location that we had some of our our operations, sorry, excuse me, our operations employees working at. So I managed all access, any of the operational day-to-day concerns that came up. Pretty much everything. It was a really cool experience to have that type of responsibility over 300 employees. So I would say that that was one of my favorite projects that I worked on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. And then we have apologies if I mispronounced your name, but Shreyans?
You got it right. Thank you
Oh,
so much
perfect.
for this great presentation. I had a couple of questions. The first one being a 1 year program. What are the opportunities to take ownership of a project or come up with a project of your own? If you notice something and you want to do a project of your own. And second question is, do you review applications on a rolling basis as well?
So I'll answer question one to start. As far as like project ownership, that's essentially built into the fellowship program. So as you progress through the first year or the 1 year and progress through, you start to own more and more and more, depending on what the project load looks like. As far as being able to present a project, you have regular cadence with your preceptors and project leads, if you will. So being able to propose an idea is always welcome. It's actually encouraged to be able to analyze a situation or hear something and be able to present just even an opportunity for improvement. So any form of process improvement is always welcome at Mainline Health. And I know for anything that I noticed and or brought forward that may not even have become a project, but just even was a thought to be one, was well received. So there's an ample opportunity to be able to own as well as come up with different projects or initiatives that you think could be useful or helpful. If anything, a lot of times when you're presenting that information, it's really up to you to present the full story, if you will. So being able to take, let's say, a question, come up with a problem statement, look at the data, and then be able to talk through that with your preceptors and or the project team that you could work with is also part of the experience. So that's very, very welcome. As far as applications being reviewed, realistically, we review all applications at the time of deadline, if you will. So there is no like early applicant like notification or anything like that related to applying in a rolling speed. Alyssa, I'm not sure if you had anything else you wanted to add.
No, you covered that. We will be sticking to the same interview phone screen process regardless of when you have applied.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I see there's a question from Ibrahim.
Hi there. I'm sorry, like my it goes away, and I don't know why that's happening. Just my question is essentially, where do you see Mainline's role? Yeah, now, and where do you think it is growing towards?
You broke up a little bit for me. Can you repeat your question, please?
No worries, no worries. Here, hold on. Where do you see Mainline's role in the Philadelphia healthcare system right now, and where do you see it going in the future?
I definitely would say we are one of the leading healthcare systems in the system, along with our competitors. We do lead the market along the main line, if you're familiar with this area, and we're always looking to grow. With the evolving healthcare infrastructure and environment, we're always looking to better the access for our patients to make healthcare easier and more accessible for those communities that we serve. So right now, I would say we are one of the leaders along the main line, and we're looking to grow every single day by doing market research and strategy analysis. Anything to add, Michaela or Angelina?
No.
I do have a follow-up, but I don't want to take any more time than I'm allowed. And if anyone else has another question, I'd be, open to passing up that time. But my follow-up question would be, I work in the EP space, cardiovascular health space, and Philadelphia is like, one of the meccas of EP. I have a lot of colleagues who actually like service Mainline Health from Medtronic. And just out of curiosity, I'm sure this may not be like, it's kind of a niche topic area, but if any of you can talk to that specific area of your service line, kind of what you guys have going on in that department, I would be really interested in hearing about that.
So cardiology is one of our major service lines. It's based out of our Lincoln Hospital, which Michaela was also based out of for a couple years as a nurse prior to her fellowship. We are looking to grow in that space. Like I said, we're looking to grow in all of our areas. There is some project work regards to that, but I don't know what the ask will be of in the priorities will be of in a year from now, because priorities change on a daily, weekly basis. But we are looking to grow in the outpatient and inpatient surgery volume when it comes to our cardiovascular service line. Anything that I missed, Michaela, as you are based out of Lincoln and you're currently based there?
Yeah, no, you actually covered it well. Specific to the EP space, though, we, to your point, are always looking to grow and expand in different areas in terms of that space in particular, because of the market, because of the opportunities that are there. I know that there's been work that's been done in that area recently. I was not a part of that, though, to speak to it further. But I'm sure that if you have colleagues that have been here, they would be happy to share the progress that's been made in that space. But no, you hit the nail on the head. Lincoln is essentially the hub, and like you said, where cardiology primarily sits as a service line for the entity. So, yeah.
Very cool. Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you guys so much. It's good to see the three of you again. I would love to also say, if you have any information that you want to share, or your admin fellows email, please feel free to drop it in the chat. If anyone has any remaining questions for the mainline team, please feel free to drop it in the chat. And if y'all want to stay on for a minute or two just to monitor the chat, that'd be awesome. And then you're free to enjoy the rest of your day. I see that Sonam is already on the call, so I will throw it over to the team at University of Michigan to go ahead and get started. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Sonam Britton. I'm the current administrative fellow for the University of Michigan Health for our regional network. And then I'm also joined here with Jared Coleman, so I'll let him introduce himself. Jared, are you on? If you are, cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, everybody. I was talking to my phone. I'm in transit right now, but I'm Jared Coleman, and I'm the previous past administrative fellow for the health system, and I'm currently our chief of staff for our Health Partners operations, which is our regional medical group.
Thanks, Jared. All right, so we'll kick off our presentation here. Are you guys able to see the YouTube browser or just the PowerPoint?
I see the YouTube browser.
Perfect, thank you. All right. And this is just, and you can also find this on our website, which we'll have at the end of the slide. It's just a little introductory video, tells you about our fellowship here in the region, and it really summarizes the background of the fellowship as well.
I'm not hearing any sound. If you want to stop sharing your screen really quickly and then reshare it, and make sure there should be a button at the top that comes up like a little checkbox that says share sound.
See.
And then you should be good to go.
University of Michigan Health Sparrow and
Just
the
move the
University
video
of
back to
Michigan
the
Health
screen where you're
West
sharing from.
are the two anchor institutions that make up the U of M Health Regional Network. They combine to include 7 hospitals, nearly 200 ambulatory and outpatient locations, thousands of highly skilled healthcare workers, and a robust post-acute care network. We're dedicated to our patients, increasing the access to the highest level of care closer to home, and creating a statewide system of community-based, medical care. The James W. Butler III Administrative Fellowship is a 2-year program designed to equip individuals of underrepresented backgrounds pursuing careers in healthcare administration with the leadership and management skills needed to shape the future of healthcare. The fellowship is named in honor of the late James W. Butler III, a well-respected and beloved community member who served on the U of M Health Sparrow Board of Directors. The fellowship continues his legacy, preparing hospital administrators of diverse backgrounds and perspectives to meet the future of healthcare with empathy, understanding, and compassion.
I chose to become a fellow here at University of Michigan Health Sparrow because it was bigger than developing just the executive presence, but also what resonated with me was the mission, vision, and values that the organization stood for. It truly aligned with who I was as a person. I've been able to spearhead a lot of high-level initiatives here for the health system. While some projects may have had their challenges, I consider each experience a win as they've provided me with invaluable opportunities and the ability to see the bigger picture in healthcare.
The uniqueness of this fellowship is we are strategically looking at how do we build a pipeline of more diverse leaders so that when our patients and our community come for services, they're able to see individuals across the community that look like them.
What's truly remarkable is the inclusive approach at all management levels, which has allowed me to touch on things much bigger than just the decision-making, but also developing the appropriate communication skills necessary to be successful.
I had the pleasure of being an administrative fellow at U of M Health Sparrow over 20 years ago. While I served as a fellow long before the James Butler III Fellowship was created, I know the trajectory of my career and the opportunities that were afforded to me following my fellowship would not have been possible without it.
As president, I'm proud and excited to get the opportunity to help shape the future of our organization, one talented individual at a time.
I learned the importance of authenticity, to truly come into the role as your own without overthinking, and to trust in your abilities to make the necessary decisions to thrive. Remember, you're supported not only by those within these four walls, but a community.
So as you guys saw, this is the James Butler III Administrative Fellowship. So just a little background, and you heard in the video about James Butler III, his life is carrying on this fellowship and the sponsoring of it. So really just our vision of encompassing what his values were and how we can move his legacy forward through this fellowship. Because he was an integral part of our health system. So we are a part of the University of Michigan Health statewide enterprise network. A lot of times it is very associated with Ann Arbor. We have that is connection of our entire enterprise. This fellowship specifically focuses on our regional network. So here you can see that we have one side, which is going to be academic health, and that's going to be Ann Arbor and the medical school. And then the other side of it is the regional network, which includes our University of Michigan Health West, University of Michigan Health Sparrow, our health partners, and our community hospitals. So in the regional network, we really focus on community health and rather than the academic health. This kind of gives you a breakdown of the different areas within the regional network. So here in Lansing, we have the University of Michigan Health Sparrow, Level 1 Trauma Center. We're really focused on community health, advancing patient care within the greater Lansing area. And then we also work with the University of Michigan Health West in our region as well. So primary and specialty care services, the ER, and we also have our wellness and prevention programs out at West that are working to be regionalized as well. And then the community hospitals are really advancing the rural health around the greater Lansing area in Michigan. So in Eaton, Ionia, Carson City, Clinton, really focusing on how we can progress rural health. And then finally, Health Partners is going to be our regional network, and it spans across the region, focusing on primary care and specialty care. So that'll encompass a lot of our medical groups and specialty care areas. And that really focuses on expanding and advancing access for patients across the region. We have about 500 plus employed physicians and over 100 sites of care throughout the health partners. And at the bottom, you can kind of see our vision, and this is the enterprise vision for University of Michigan Medicine. We focus on a strong base and bold future. So our base, our core values, that's going to be belonging, access, safety, quality, and experience. The program structure, you kind of heard a little bit about it in the video, but it is a 2-year program. It is project-based, so a lot of opportunity to work on high impact work that aligns across the region. So that could be regional work. It could be work specifically for the inpatient hospital setting. It could be work that is specifically pertaining to health partners. It really is open and really provides you the opportunity to expand and learn and also explore different areas of healthcare administration. You also have the opportunity to directly collaborate with the executives across the region. Me specifically in my role, I attend our weekly executive leadership meetings, and that includes all of our executive leaders at the regional level, and then also from University of Michigan Health, Sparrow, West, community hospitals, and health partners. So you really do get to explore the networking aspect of it as well. And then you also get to attend a lot of regional retreats, so that will cross with the enterprise as well. We have about 2 annual regional enterprise retreats, which includes Ann Arbor and our regional network, and you really get to immerse yourself with the entirety of the executive presence across the enterprise as well. But as I said, very project-based structure, and it really allows you to the opportunity for a variety of healthcare within our system. And then I wanted to leave a lot of time to answer some questions. So Jared and I are here to open the floor for questions. Anyone? Any questions? I can kind of talk about the projects that I've worked on as a fellow, or I see we have a hand up. And I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Is it Ayana?
Yes, sorry about that. Hi,
okay.
Thank you so much for the awesome presentation. And I might have briefly missed it, but for potential candidates that graduated in May of like 2025, are they okay to apply?
Yes, absolutely. The only qualification will be having your graduate master's degree in some sort of setting related to healthcare management, healthcare administration, population health, business administration. Absolutely.
Awesome. And then I know you briefly mentioned discussing some of your projects. So I guess I would say, what has been one of the most impactful projects that you've done throughout your time as a fellow?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I have been in my role, I think I said, for a year, and I still have a year left. So it is a 2-year program. I've had the great opportunity recently to come into a management role for a project that I'm very passionate about. I started out kind of co-sponsoring the project, and then I did get the opportunity to move into the project management role for this. But we have been implementing a care provider excellence program for all of our providers here at Health Sparrow. It's already been rolled out at UMH West in the past, so the program was adopted from there, and we brought it over here. And since October, we've been able to put over 1,000 of our providers through this course, and that includes our employed providers, our contracted providers, and our residents and fellows. So it's really working on standardizing our care and how we communicate with patients in the organization, and just making sure that we really are focusing on patient experience and quality of care.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No problem. And then Abraham?
Sorry.
Sorry, I just had you were breaking out a little bit. If you could just repeat.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I know you all offer, I think, 3 in total fellowships. There's the Butler, there's the Frankel, and there's a tertiary one as well, right?
Yes, that is correct. So, like I said, we, as an enterprise, we do offer 3 different fellowships, and I did not mention that, but Our regional network, that is going to be our James W. Butler Fellowship. So the one that we just ran through, that's going to be for the regional network. Of course, at the Academical Medical Center, like you mentioned, they have two different programs as well, and they're great programs. We have one with the Frankel Cardiovascular Center and then one with Michigan Medicine. You can apply to those specifically through their website. And as a fellow in the region, I do collaborate a lot with the fellows at the AMC as well. So there is cross collaboration as well.
I see. Yeah, that's something I'm really curious about, because I did speak to some individuals from the Frankel Center, and they spoke about, because I had this concern about, am I going to be kind of limited to the CVC side? And they said, no, you're going to get exposure to the regional healthcare system and the outside healthcare system. And that kind of brings me to my question. Can you talk about that a little bit, about exposure to those two kinds of fellowships, because you guys have this very unique matrixized system going on?
Mm-hmm. It is very unique. So that's kind of what I want to highlight it, and I'll let Jared touch on that. I do want to also add to one of the opportunities, just great. One of the Frankel cardiovascular fellows actually recently just started a role here in the region after completing her fellowship. So that really does show how, as an enterprise, we are very interconnected. But Jared, if you wanted to touch on his other points, I'll let you have the floor.
Yeah, no. I was just gonna quickly touch, and I might have to ask you to rephrase the question, just because I'm in transit and I kind of caught some of it, but I really wanted to highlight that I actually I just got reached out to from the AMC around how we can better connect and bridge the gap between our fellowships. So what we're trying to do is create more of a synchronous kind of opportunity where fellows have the ability to kind of go out in the different regions, wherever, no matter where you're currently at. So wherever you're doing your fellowship, like, do you want to spend 3 weeks out in a regional community hospital, kind of get a sense of what that's like? So that actually just popped up on my calendar, like literally this week. So it's funny that you're already kind of saying that, but yeah, we're looking to bridge the fellowships, because there's a lot of value when we can all get together, especially from a fellowship perspective, and really bounce ideas off each other. And I think it opens up the possibilities because, and I've heard you kind of stated on the call, is just there is a little bit of a different feel on academic medicine versus community medicine. And there's no right, wrong, and different. There's nothing, where, the academic is tied more to the research and the teaching hospitals and really doing a lot of that cutting edge things, whereas in the community medicine side, it's more locally focused, right? We're building the relationships with the patients and, really trying to have an emphasis on, prevention and what does access look like. So, I think when we're looking at kind of those two things, academic medicine and community medicine, I think this really, will help bridge, some of those things that we're coming across. So, that, and then what was the other question, so I can make sure I touch on that?
That kind of answered it all together. Basically,
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, like, I know you guys have this very complex hierarchy going on. How are you guys going to approach that? So really appreciate you, Jared. Really appreciate you, Sanam. And then I'll pass it on to the next commentator.
Yeah. I'll add just one more point too with that. I think Jared touched on it really well. And just from an enterprise level as well, we're really working on that integration. Even at like our executive leadership meetings, we have consistent presence from the AMC as well. So, and we're working on strategic planning, and we're always trying to align together as an enterprise as we move forward to make sure that our vision is aligned as a whole.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
Next, I have is it Shreyans? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sonam and Jared. This was a great presentation, and just listening about the integration also brought up a question to my mind about what has mentorship looked like for you right now, and what would that look like with that integration? Can you also sit in on meetings that are happening at the other center, and what would that look like, and how has the experience been so far for the both of you?
I will speak personally for myself. The being able to connect with the leadership here has been my favorite part of the fellowship. The leadership here is very welcoming, and they really see our fellows as part of the health system and a part of that leadership team as well. I specifically work alongside specifically really close with our University of Michigan Health Sparrow leadership team. So I I directly attend, like I said, the regional network executive leadership meetings that are weekly. But then I also have the opportunity, I attend our weekly executive leadership meetings for University of Michigan Health Sparrow as well. And then additionally, I just recently, the past few months, started a rotation at Health Partners as well. So I've been really able to foster my connections with the leadership team and work on that networking and build that in throughout my year at the fellowship. And then with that too, from the ANC standpoint, the enterprise level, I've had many opportunities to connect with the leadership and the executive team in Ann Arbor and really come face to face with the enterprise level leadership and the regional leadership and then an entity specific leadership. So there's a wide range of scope, and that has been one of my favorite parts of the fellowship so far.
Yeah, and I'll quickly touch or add on to that. What I would say is I got extremely lucky in my fellowship kind of journey, and I'll say this because when we were when I accepted the fellowship, we were still just Sparrow. We were Sparrow Health System. And so I really built a relationship with that current, kind of C-suite. And then I would say midway through my fellowship, I was alerted that, we're going to be partnering with University of Michigan. And so within that, being a fellow in the room during an integration like that, I remember the current president and CEO of Michigan Medicine, Dr. David Miller, literally telling me like, hey, like this is a very unique experience. You're probably one of the only, the first fellow I know that is going to be, in the room during, a huge mass, integration. So I really took advantage of that and really built relationships extensively across our network, which I think paid benefit. And I think that's what we do really well in our program is that our executive leaders are true mentors and they truly want to see you win and they're going to set you up for success. And so I always say I got lucky. I was right place, right time, but also it is what you make it. So the opportunities that you're given, you're going to have to go out there and, really what I would say, be adaptable, be curious, right? Ask questions, engage. And when you do that, like I think the opportunities are limitless here because so many of our executive leaders truly, truly, truly want to mentor and set you up for success. So, but within that, you got to meet them halfway, right? And you got to, show up every day and, be there. So I think that's what I would say is probably one of the best things about our program.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's really great insight for me to know and to know that there's just so much support for the fellows and that's really great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think we have about 4 minutes left. So are there any additional questions? Just want to be respectful of time for the next group.
If you want to elaborate just a little bit more on your experience moving from grad school into your fellowship, and if there are any competencies that you found out really helped you in your first few weeks.
Yeah, I think moving from, so my personal experience, I did my undergrad in biology and I was really planning on going the clinical route. When I graduated my undergrad, I really shifted my perspective and I knew I wanted to be specifically in healthcare, but I started exploring different options. So this fellowship was kind of an opportunity that I really felt was best for me, and it's really helped me grow, but also it showed me a different side that maybe I wasn't ready for in healthcare. But that's the great part, like coming into this, I've been able to learn those skills. So a lot of like the project management, I've really had to put myself out there and really work to hone in on those skills of project management and operations. And those aren't things that I necessarily was comfortable going into, but having the support from leadership and really putting in the work has helped me grow as well. So I think just like prior to starting any fellowship in this sense, like really doing your research and really being, like Jared said, open to adaptability and really putting yourself out there and being curious is really beneficial for anyone that's going through this route. Abraham, did you have a question?
No, just saying thanks. Go ahead.
I did, and I'll try to be conscientious of the remaining time that we have. Very simply, you kind of touched on this a little bit with the Sparrow healthcare system that you guys absorbed. There's a general trend, I think, in healthcare of systems consolidating. And I'm really curious about the fellowships that are kind of like involved in that process of absorbing other healthcare systems. And I'm curious, what kind of projects do fellows take on that kind of give you exposure to this trend in healthcare of absorbing smaller healthcare systems to expand access, to expand the network? If you can talk to that a little bit, I'd be very, very curious about that.
I'll throw that one to Jared because I think he came into his fellowship at the perfect time to answer that.
That's funny. Yeah, I knew you were gonna toss that one to me, Sonam. It's okay. No, I think that's an interesting question. I think it depends on kind of where you're at in your fellowship. So here, like, I'm not gonna say year one, Sonam wasn't just pushed right into kind of some of the integration and merger work. I think you got to build your relationships, get your core kind of knowledge and foundation down, and then you kind of move into that. So what's going to happen probably halfway through the fellowship, and I know it happened with Sonam, is the executive leaders are going to kind of sit you down and say, okay, what kind of pathway are you kind of going down? Are you more operations? Do you want to be in strategy? Do you want to, right? And then from there, then they kind of will add you into the work that, they feel, fits best for you, where you're going to grow, but also there's going to be value add. In terms of like you being able to get into specific integration project work, I think if you voice it again from day one, I think that's where that kind of transition happened. Like I said, I was lucky to be able to get that high level integration work so early, and work with individuals that, kind of teed me up. But it kind of just depends on where that happens and where you are in your fellowship to kind of get you antiquated into that work.
I see. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Well, thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Sonam. I will go ahead and throw it over to Leo. There you are, at Prisma Health.
Hey, can everybody hear me all right?
Yep.
Thank you for having me. My name is Liam Walker. I am the current administrative fellow here at Prisma Health in Columbia, South Carolina. I've got a quick presentation and then we can dive into some questions. So just a quick background about Prisma Health. We are about 30,000 team members across the state of South Carolina and now in Tennessee. In the Blunt market, there's 20 hospitals, over 3,000 licensed beds, just shy of 500 physician practice sites, and over 54 residency fellowship GME programs. The administrative fellowship program was established in 2021. We have a 100% retention rate, which means everybody that has gone through the program is now a employee with Prisma Health. And each cycle we take one fellow either for the Greenville or the Columbia market, depending on the year. This year it will be in Columbia, South Carolina, and it is a 2-year program. So you get a lot of time with the executive leadership team and a lot of time to work on projects and really build yourself up in your leadership skills. Now, a bit more about the program. You are considered a member of the executive leadership team. This means you will be in those executive leadership meetings. You are going to see a lot of things from the market level. I work right with the market executive leadership team. So that's the COO, the CEO for all of the Midlands, which is Columbia down into the lower state. You'll get the opportunity to rotate through different departments and learn the organization from every area, especially the areas you're interested in. It's really the world is your oyster mentality. You can come in here and you can pursue your interest, or we can have a more diverse approach, whatever fits your vibe. You will be assigned project work and you will be able to continue growing within the organization even after the fellowship. Kudos to that 100% retention rate. So where is our cohort now? The first fellow, Sarah Miles, she is now the Regional Operations Manager for Anesthesia. The next fellow after her, Patricia, she is the Director of Outpatient Services in the Upstate. Anna Dunbar was the last Columbia Fellow, the most recent Columbia Fellow. She is a Senior Planning Analyst. And Emma Johnson is the current Fellow in Greenville. And now me, I am the current Fellow here in Richland, in Columbia. So Richland Memorial Hospital will be your main location. It's about 650-ish beds for or acute care beds. It is one of three hospitals in the Columbia market. There's Richland, Baptist, and Parkridge. And due to you being in a market position, you're going to get exposure to all of these locations, but your primary home base will be Richland Memorial. It is a level one trauma center for adults and level two for pediatric trauma. There's over 317 postgraduate medical residents. We have a variety of institutes, whether that's oncology, cardiology, peds. We actually have the only inpatient pediatric rehab unit in the state. We're a comprehensive stroke center. You get the gist. We've got a lot of things going on here, and you're going to get a lot of cool exposure if you end up here. And there's actually 15 med parks scattered around this whole campus. So you're not just going to get exposure to that acute clinical side, but you're also going to get that outpatient viewpoint and really get to see how all things coincide. So what exactly are my tasks? What am I working on? And how am I advancing myself as a fellow? So you're going to get the opportunity to work on a lot of different projects. I mentioned this already a little bit, but the fellow before me actually opened the first pediatric rehab in the state of South Carolina. I had the opportunity to consolidate three pre-anesthesia clinics into one and centralize that location and all those workflows. The fellow in Greenville had the opportunity to open a new long-term acute care hospital, and other people have had the opportunity to move clinics around. You also are going to have administrative duties, whether that's running reports that get sent out to executive leadership across the system. You're going to be developing a lot of executive slide decks for our big meetings for all the director level and higher individuals in the market. You get to support any sort of market initiatives. That's the great thing about being in this position is anything that's going to affect the market, you're right there all the way through and you get to get involved in that from any avenue you would like. There's a lot of data analytics and you get to assist in all levels of leadership. Just because I'm at the market level doesn't mean that I can't help out directors, doesn't mean that I can't get more in the weeds and as acute as I would like to. Now, what type of exposures are you going to see? I feel like I've talked a ton about that market executive leadership, but you're also going to get to be very close with campus leadership, whether that's at Richland, at Baptist, or at Parkridge. You're going to be able to attend board meetings. You're going to be able to do any type of rounding. I go to multidisciplinary rounds multiple times a week just to see, how is our throughput going, where are our restraints, what bottlenecks we have. You get to interact with service line leadership. You get to see surgeries. You get to meet with corporate strategic planning, community needs, and so much more. Prisma is a huge organization, and if you really want to get involved in something, there's going to be an opportunity for you to get involved in that. Now, a little bit about Columbia. Columbia is the capital city of South Carolina. It is home to the University of South Carolina. It's got a state house. It's got a lot of great things. This bottom right picture is they call it Soda City. It's like a farmer's market every Saturday. Just went to that last weekend. Super fun. Would totally recommend. It's a very young person city, and I think if there's something that you're interested in doing, you can probably find it here. Now, how does our application process work? So for our qualifications, we would really like you to have or we will only recruit you if you have some sort of master's degree, whether that's an MBA, MHA, MHSA, or MPH, or anything related healthcare. We'd really like that, especially from a CAMI accredited program. We will accept non-CAMI programs for review, but we would prefer that is CAMI. We would love if you had some experience in healthcare, whether that's an internship, shadowing, just anything that shows that you've been around and you're interested in this field. And we want you to possess a broad amount of knowledge and really just be able to communicate your experiences and work well with a team environment. A real quick note though, we are unable to provide any sort of visa sponsorships for the administrative fellowship program. Now, application requirements, you will need to submit a cover letter, a resume, a personal statement, and an unofficial graduate and undergraduate transcript. And then we'll need 3 letters of recommendation, 1 academic, 1 professional, and then 1 of your choice. And all of this will be done through NAFCAS. So as I just said, we will only be taking applications through NAFCAS. That deadline is September 10th at 11:59 p.m. So please have it in by then if you're interested. And then the overall timeline for what our recruitment process looks like. After that deadline, we'll begin doing our semifinal or our interviews around September 11th through the 20th, and that'll work into our semifinalists. And then we'll get to a finalist panel from the 24th to the 30th of September. And then we'll have an offer out during offer week around October 2nd. And your fellowship actually won't start then until July 7th of 2027. So I know that was a lot, and I tried to move really quickly through everything just to give y'all the opportunity to ask any questions you may have. So please, at this time, please reach out and let me know if there's anything you'd like to know more about the program. Yes. HHESS3.
Sorry, my name didn't get put on. First of all, thanks for the presentation. It was great to hear about the organization. But from your perspective, where do you see the organization really focusing on within like the next like 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's been primarily about just strategic growth. I know we recently just expanded into the Tennessee market, so we're right outside of Knoxville now, and just seeing where there's a need and trying to fill that need. That's Prisma's real initiative here. Inspire health, serve with compassion, be the difference. We're looking for those areas where we can be the difference and we can really, improve a community or improve the healthcare accessibility and equity in that area. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was great. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ibrahim, did I say that right?
You did, man. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
How do I get rid of this? There we go. So, I hope you're not offended. I was creeping on your LinkedIn a little bit, and I
No
noticed
worries.
kind of, I kind of noticed a trend that I see with a lot of like established healthcare professionals is
Hmm.
outside of kind of like their academic and professional kind of background, they'll get like licensing or credentialing from like third parties like LinkedIn, stuff like that, that kind of like buff up their resume. And just out of curiosity, I'd really like to hear your thoughts on how much does that translate to you being a better healthcare administrator?
Yeah, so just to make sure I'm understanding the question, you're asking, how did the tools that LinkedIn and some of these accrediting bodies, maybe like a Lean Six Sigma, how does that like benefit you as like a healthcare professional?
Exactly.
Yeah, so I would say Lean is just an absolute great tool. It really focuses on just efficiencies. And even if you decide not to pursue a career in healthcare, I think anybody could benefit from Lean principles. I have my yellow belt personally, and I mean, I think it was very eye-opening, helps you narrow in on the bottlenecks. Now, as far as LinkedIn, Prisma is partnered with LinkedIn, so you have access to a lot of great tools. Like I just did I think it was like an intro to management crash course. So I went through a bunch of different courses and got like a certificate through LinkedIn that was completely sponsored by Prisma and I wouldn't have had access to normally. And I thought that had some great points. I thought it reinforced a lot of the things I learned in my master's program. And so I think that any tools that help you become a better leader, it's worth checking out. And if you enjoy it and you feel like it benefits you, then I would definitely recommend continuing doing that. So, does that answer your question?
It does, man. Really appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Hi, Liam. Thank you for this presentation. So you mentioned that Prisma has a partnership with LinkedIn. What other professional courses or tests do they help you with? Just wanted to know a little more about that.
Yeah, that's a great question. And to be transparent with everybody, I'm honestly not familiar with the entire list. I would imagine though that if there is something you're interested in, Prisma probably has dipped their toes in it a little bit. I know we have LinkedIn. I know we have a lot of GME, which is that graduate medical education. We have a very very in-depth learning hub, and that's not just for your annual compliance stuff. I mean, you can go in there and find things that you're interested in, and we probably have a course on it. So I think I mentioned that this fellowship is very much like, the world is your oyster, and it is from every aspect. If you want to get really into the weeds of the education and that different credentialing that you can improve your own resume from, then by all means, I'm sure we have the resources ready. Or, maybe you want to go see a ton of surgeries, whatever you're interested in, we can definitely make that happen, especially, if you're a go-getter and you're motivated to keep pursuing it and build yourself up.
That sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
I had just out of curiosity, can you talk to us a little bit about like South Charleston or South Carolina and
Hmm.
Charleston in particular, and you know
Yeah,
how has
so
that environment been like for you?
Yeah, so we're actually in Columbia, South Carolina, which is in the middle of the state. Charleston is right on the coast and is a super, super pretty city. But Columbia is great. It's definitely going through a lot of changes at Columbia and Greenville both. Very family friendly, very family oriented cities now is the way I would put it. You know, just going to this farmers market, I was blown away by how big it was. You think like farmers market, you think like people selling produce. I mean, there was everything there. There was restaurants, there was art, there was cool shirts. I mean, I was honestly really surprised, and having been here for a year and not really seen it that much or gone to it, I'm definitely going to be going back. And they have things like that all over. I mean, I lived on one of the main streets for a while, and they just completely redid this park. And now every time I drive by it, it's like a music festival's happening there. There's something going on. So, and with the university being right there, I would say that Columbia is a very young city. And if you want to go see live music or you want to go watch a football game or you want to do anything, I'm sure you can find somewhere to do it in the city and somewhere safe to do it in the city. Does that answer your
That's
question?
all. It does. Thank you, man.
Yes, sir.
And Liam, I think there's a question in the chat for you.
Okay. Sorry, I'm still in presenter mode. Let me see if I can get that. All right. Yes. So, y'all can email me directly. I can put that in the chat. Actually, I'll just put both my contact information in the chat. Always feel free to reach out if you have any questions. More than happy to answer and just, you know, if we need to connect offline or something. But all application aspects and all your application information, please send it through NAFCAS. That is our official review platform. We will not be doing any other forms for this application. But if you just have questions or just want to connect, yeah, I'll put my email and phone number in the chat if that works for everybody. Are there any other questions for me?
Yeah, I'll shoot one at the fourth quarter, last couple seconds. Just speaking to the fellowship program, is there any kind of uniqueness that you would say, listen, you can get this here that you can't get anywhere else?
Yeah, I think that market overview, I think a lot of the times you're either all the way at the top of corporate or you're very much in that acute setting. And what I really like about this is I get that both of that every day. So I can see whole market initiatives or I can be very involved in something that is happening directly just at my hospital. And so I think that gives you a very diverse amount of experience. And it's also just great because the executive team here has so many connections that I've actually gotten one-on-one time with our executive vice president of orthopedics, with the executive vice president of cardiology. I've met the CEO of the enterprise. You know, I mean, if you want to meet somebody and if there's a service line that you're interested in and you want to pursue after the fellowship, I think you'll have ample opportunity to interact with those people and really network yourself and get to know them and, you know, build that reputation with them and pursue that potentially after your fellowship. And plus, you know, we have a 100% retention rate. Not very many places can boast that. So that means every person that has gone through this program is currently working with Prisma.
Definitely. And I think, you've done a good job of like kind of giving examples of the, sweet level exposure.
Mm-hmm.
But can you point to an example of kind of like at the direct patient level of exposure that you got at the fellowship program?
Yeah, so this doesn't happen too often just because we have a very thorough process with it. But every now and then, you actually get the opportunity to do service recovery, which is something I've always been, you know, I felt like it's a very emotional experience. And that's where you're going directly and interacting with the patient and seeing, you know, what about their care did they dislike and how can we improve that? And all honesty, I think that's the best way to learn where you need to improve your care. And also you get to see, you know, somebody that is vulnerable and really be able to be there for them and support them and let them know, you know, we are here to make care better for you. And that's what we're all about here at Prisma is just improving as much as we can for the patient to make their stay meaningful and quick and successful.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Well, if there is no more questions, I just want to thank Blake, right at the buzzer.
Sorry, I jumped right in there right at the end. I was just gonna ask kind of what is like what's the I don't know, I guess how to describe that. I guess I'm looking at the fellowship projects. I saw that there was a lot of expansion. Would you say that's kind of the big motive? It was expansion, and then there was also the, taking the three and bringing them down
Yeah.
into one. Would you say that's kind of like the motive of Prisma is to kind of expand and be able to grow within that city?
I don't necessarily think that's our motto. I think that's one thing that's going on. I think we're really just looking to improve ourselves in any way we can. So, I mean, just because I worked on a consolidation doesn't mean that's my only project. I also worked on a bringing urgent cares to the or the homeless encampments and shelters in the city. We noticed that we were having a lot of homeless patients come into our EDs, and you know, that's hard for them. They have to figure out how to get there, and a lot of times they end up taking an ambulance, and it's for like small things like a cut just needs a little stitches. So we looked at that data. We partnered with the EMS for Columbia, and we figured out that, if we put an urgent care right here next to these shelters, it's going to be an opportunity for them to just go right there rather than having to try and navigate to one of these hospitals. And I'll have to follow up on the data. I'm sure it is doing well, but that's just one avenue that wasn't expansion, where we actually took a step back and looked at how can we benefit the community in a meaningful way without building something new. So does that answer your question, Blake? I can give you some
Yes,
more
it
data.
does. Yeah, thank you.
All right, y'all. This is the last opportunity for real this time.
And again, you have about 6 minutes left until the next session. So,
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
yeah, you're good.
All right. Ask
So,
away. Ask away.
yeah.
Let's see what
I
else.
have a question.
Yes, sir.
Let me first say, Blake, that was like a fantastic question. That's definitely something I'm going to be adding to stuff I ask other fellowships. So thanks, man. Really appreciate that. Um, Liam, I think we're kind of all in this position where, you know, we're really excited about the idea of getting a fellowship, but maybe we don't know exactly what kind of fellowship is best for us. Is there any kind of like general advice you can speak to about finding the best opportunity for you based off, what you're looking for in terms of like career trajectory, in terms of like exposure to certain kinds of projects, just any kind of like, you know, what should we use as our North Star, our compass to find what's best for us individually?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that really has to do a lot with self-reflection. I mean, are you somebody that wants to decide the path you're going to go down, or do you want a very rigid structure where they're going to say, hey, the first 6 months you're going to be shadowing, and then the next 6 months you're going to be doing project work, and then the final 6 months you'll be doing X, Y, and Z. And so I think that's really, you need to decide for yourself, do I want that rigid structure, or do I want a lot of autonomy where I can pursue things that maybe I'm more interested in, and I'm coming up with my own curriculum. And so for me, we had a bit of a rigid structure early on, but now I have a lot more autonomy where I'm able to say, hey, to my boss, I'd like to get interested, or I'm interested in working on this project, or well, what are your thoughts on getting involved in this? And him and I have a great relationship to where we can do that. So finding, what's going to fit you, right, and finding the people that you really connect with, because I mean, you're going to be working with these people for a year, and so having that good relationship and being able to build that relationship makes a huge difference in the long run, especially with getting yourself involved in any sort of structure. Does that answer your question? I could also touch, I guess a fellowship too is a bit more about a learning opportunity. And so I think that's another thing you need to ask yourself. Are you wanting to go right into a role specific opportunity, maybe like like a manager of a clinic or something, and build that day-to-day operations expertise, or do you want to get into something where you can really be a sponge and just absorb as much about as many things as you can? So like one thing I really wanted to do when I actually made me pursue a fellowship is I wanted to just learn as much about everything as I can, because healthcare is so vast. And so that's another thing I would definitely reflect on when looking at these different programs. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, as a follow-up to that, what is something that surprised you when you entered the fellowship that you didn't expect, and how how did you adapt to that, and uh, how did it help with your growth, or just want to know a little bit about that. What surprised you?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And honestly, I don't even know myself entirely, but I will say one thing that still surprises me every single day is just how vast and diverse all aspects of healthcare are. And I feel like every time I have a better understanding, it's just an understanding that there's even more that I need to know about, and I need to know how it all works in the grand scheme of the machine that is healthcare. So, for example, I learned a lot about Epic when I was doing this consolidation of the three pre-anesthesia clinics because, everybody has their own unique Epic workflows. And so it's really shocking to me to see how in one system, three different locations can do something three different ways. And so that was something we had to navigate. I had to get, really close into the weeds with the Epic team and figure out, what is the actual most efficient opportunity for us to navigate through this for the patients, without drastically changing the workflow so that all the team members now are like, what on earth is going on? I used to do it this way and now I have no idea where to even start. So that was something that really surprised me. And I think a lot of avenues in healthcare are like that. It's a lot more going on behind the scenes than we're even aware of. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was great to know. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Thank you for asking that.
I think we're right in the final minute if anyone has any additional questions for Liam. And again, I think you dropped your email and your phone number in the chat.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Always feel free to reach out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Liam. If you have any additional questions, please go over there. Also, they're on NAFCAS. I know y'all are, Ibrahim, you asked a great question about trying to figure out where you're going to go and what you want. Assess what you want by reading the descriptions for all of these different sites. It's the best way to attack it. We have NAFCAS. You can make a login there and read through a bunch of different applications. I know ACHE also has a fellowship directory where you can read through applications there as well. The benefit of going through NAFCAS is you have a little bit more contact information, you have a little bit more of a way in to see what other people are doing, and then you end up on the site's list, so they'll likely reach out to you directly if they see that you're interested. We are at time to move on to the next presentation. So thank you to Liam and thank you to
Thank y'all
Prisma.
so much.
I will throw it over. I just saw Lauren and Jill. Okay, there we go. And I will throw it over to the team at IU Health.
I'm Aaliyah. How you doing?
Good. How are y'all?
Doing great. We have our two new fellows with us today too, which is super
Amazing.
exciting.
Love to see it.
Yeah.
Welcome in, y'all. Feel free to present and take the floor whenever you're ready.
Are we good to share screen?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's see. Tori, if you want to get us kicked off, that'd be awesome.
Well, hi, I'm Tori. First, want to thank you all for joining this session, and we're really excited to talk about the IU Health Fellowship and answer any questions you may have. And just before we get into questions, we kind of wanted to do a little introductions of all of ourselves and our programs. So I'll start. My name is Tori Olmstead. I have my MHA from Purdue University. I'm from Brownsburg, Indiana, so I really wanted to pursue a fellowship in my home state. And what else? I used to work at Ascension and MedExcel doing air quality indexing and critical care spaces, and also previously worked at IU School of Dentistry. And now off to Ethan, our newer fellow too.
Yeah, hey everybody. My name is Ethan Jackman, and from Cumming, Georgia, just north of Atlanta. I did my undergrad at Utah State University and just wrapped up grad school at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. New to the fellowship here, and I've really enjoyed it so far and excited to spend some time with you guys today and hopefully answer some questions.
Nice to meet you all. My name is Jill Torrey. I'm originally from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I went to the University of Dayton for my undergrad and then recently completed my MHSA at Xavier University back down in Cincinnati. And Lauren and I are just about to kick off our second year in the fellowship and get started on some rotations. So excited to get to know you guys today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lauren Fleetwood. I'm originally from Seymour, Indiana, and went to Indiana University for my undergrad and The Ohio State University for my master's. Well, are we ready to kind of kick this off? Well, I can give us a quick overview of the fellowship program. So the fellowship itself is structured slightly different from other programs. The first year is project-based, and fellows work on projects across the entire health system that we have that are connected to our strategic goals and direction of the organization. And these projects are selected with fellows' interests in mind. And then our second year really involves 3 to 4 rotations that are customizable to the fellows' interest areas. These rotations, the fellows are immersed within the department or an area that helps us transition from a fellowship into a potential full-time position. And then IU Health is one of the largest academic medical centers in the country, ranging from academic teaching hospitals to critical access hospitals in rural settings. And IU Health works in a partnership with the IU School of Medicine, which is also based here in Indianapolis. And the IU School of Medicine is the only medical school in Indiana and the largest medical school in the country, which is really cool. Some additional highlights we also want to share is the fellowship includes a very strong mentorship network, professional and leadership development, attendance at senior leadership team meetings, networking and community engagement events, and opportunities to attend national conferences. And then IU Health is based here in Indianapolis, Indiana, which is the largest city in Indiana, with a population of around 875,000 people, and it's currently growing, especially for young professionals, with a really vibrant restaurant, bar, and brewery culture. Additionally, for all sports fans, Indy is home to the Indiana Pacers, Indiana Fever, the Indiana Colts, and the world-famous Indy 500.
Thanks, Lauren. So we'll just do a very, very quick high-level overview of what we call our Administrative Fellowship Program Roadmap. And this is just what to expect during your 2 years from a programming standpoint. So you'll see at the top left corner there is your official onboarding experience for your first 3-ish months. And a lot of that onboarding involves a lot of meet and greets with different leaders that you'll be doing projects or rotations with in the future, and just getting to know the system as a whole. And then also in your first year, you will have the opportunity to do the Hogan Assessment, which is a leadership development assessment, helps you learn about your strengths and opportunities to improve and your values. And we help you put that into practice during your time in the fellowship. And part of our fellowship program too, since we are considered leaders here at IU Health, we get to participate in our annual Leadership Development Institute, which is when all of our leaders across the entire IU Health system come together for a big day-long conference and attend some sessions and reflect on goals and do some values awards. It's a really cool day. So we get to do that both years, and we get to regroup as a team, which is really fun. And then throughout the duration of the fellowship program, you'll have an executive mentor in an official capacity and continue to build that mentorship network through your projects and rotations and whatever other manner you get to know folks here at IU Health. Get to attend a conference. Typically, we go to ACHE every year, but there's flexibility to attend if you have a special interest in another one or if you have a professional membership in another organization. We have a lot of opportunity there. And then a lot of different observational experiences. Tori and Ethan are about to start off on some of those and do some site visits, get into some clinic areas, and really get a feel for all of the different services we provide here. And then in our first year, we are project-based. So Tori and Ethan are also about to get kicked off with this first handful of projects. And Lauren and I are entering our second year, which means we'll start doing our rotations, which are typically 3-month stints of an interim role or a really specific focus in a department. So you get to immerse yourself in that opportunity and really learn about what you love, what you might not love as much, and eventually what you'd love to apply to post-fellowship. And then as a part of being a fellow, you to attend a lot of high-level meetings, including our senior team, our joint enterprise retreat, which is in partnership with the School of Medicine, and we have shared goals with them. And then in your second year, you actually get to participate in our entire system board meetings and help support them and sit and learn from our board members and see that side of our operations. And then we love to do volunteering outings. We actually are doing one tomorrow with one of our local food banks, and it's a great way to get connected back to our community and just bond together as a fellowship team. And we love to stay engaged with our fellowship alumni network, which is very strong, whether that's within Indiana still or externally, if people have moved on and gone back to family homes or something like that. But we like to pull people in back post-fellowship too. So it's a good community to be a part of. So just wanted to give you guys a quick overview of the fellowship, but we definitely want to save most of this time for any questions that you guys might have. So we will stop sharing just so we can see most of your guys' faces, but here's some ideas, but please feel free to just fire away.
Seems I might have a hand up now.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jill, and everyone for this presentation. So you mentioned about the observerships that 2 of the fellows are about to go on. If you could just expand a little about that, I was really curious to know more.
Yeah, so Lauren and I officially have kind of gone through that onboarding experience, but a really cool thing as part of that, we really try to get you immersed in our different regions since we are a statewide organization. So part of those observations include regional site visits at our different hospitals. You'll get to meet the leadership there, explore different teams. And then some other like more specific examples of observation opportunities. You can see our simulation lab that we have here for our clinical professional students. We can tour our pathology lab. We have some chaplaincy shadow time, OR shadow time, emergency department, any kind of service line that you'd really like to see, and get you immersed in those types of things. But so we have some set rotations and observations experiences that we like our fellows to see, but anything that really interests you, we make it a point to set up.
Just a follow up to that, that's great to know that you get to see so many different specialties. So do you also then have the opportunity, if you find something, to take up a project or even come up with a project if you notice something that can be improved?
You can, we definitely have projects brought to our program director. His name is Jay. So we're able to pick from lists of projects, but also you're able to go out and find your own and connect with people that maybe they've never submitted a project to a fellow before, and you're able to kind of bridge those gaps yourself too. So you can really get immersed in anything you're looking for.
That's great to know. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think we have another hand.
Yeah, Ellison.
Hello, thank you guys so much for this great presentation and learning more about the IU Fellowship. I was wondering, what do you think the biggest benefit of having the projects for the first year rather than the rotations to start? I guess especially for the second years, like what do you think the greatest benefit of that was in your first year?
Yeah, so I would say the greatest benefit is with projects. I think between Jill and I, we've rotated between 20 to 25 projects in our first year. So this really gave us a full look into the organization to see what we like and what we don't like. And we're able to kind of take those experiences and turn those into rotations. So for example, I'm very passionate about strategy and business development. So I was able to make a rotation in that area to learn a little bit more about the day-to-day and what it would actually mean to work in a role like that. So I think there's a great benefit to that because, and you're getting to meet leaders in those areas and getting to see what kind of teams you like to work with and then potentially rotate with them.
I think it helps building on that like trust aspect as well. So we really like to try to offer like an interim role for the rotational experience, and like you truly would step into some sort of leadership or department setup. And I think it really helps prepare you for that rotation. You're not considered a new team member at that point. People know who you are, and I think you just have a better feel of the organization at that standpoint at that point in time.
Awesome. Thank you all so much.
Feel free to utilize the chat as well.
Let's see. We can go ahead and maybe just do some of the most common questions that we've gotten.
What we did last time.
We'll read through some of these, and then if you guys have any ideas and this spurs something else, feel free to raise a hand and we can address that too. So
yeah, I know a common question that Ethan and I have got is, what kind of frequency of mentorship do you experience as a fellow? Go for that.
yeah, I so far, at least for the time that we've been here, it's been really fantastic because one of the first things you get to do is meet all of the executive leaders. And so one of the first steps is you get paired with an executive mentor and get the chance to meet with them, typically on whatever cadence kind of works best for them, as we know they're very busy. But for each of the projects as well, you'll definitely have like a preceptor that you coordinate with, and that'll also kind of be based on how frequently that project is meeting. But I think the big thing and what's really stood out to me is the fact that in any meeting I've had or any person I've talked to, like one of the things people always say is, please let me know if you have like any questions, or if there's any help that I can be to you, please, let me know. And so I feel like that's kind of ingrained in the culture. But I don't know if any of our second years can kind of speak to maybe a little bit more in depth of the experiences they've had, or who's kind of stood out to you and why. But
Yeah, one of the things that I think stands out to me is as you form relationships with those folks that you're working with on project work, I'm wrapping up a lot of mine, hopefully, as we head into our rotational year. But I mean, every person that I've wrapped up a project with has said that they want to have a continued cadence with us. Like the work is done, we don't really have a formal reason to be meeting, but I'd say every single person I'm keeping some sort of formal cadence with. So that mentorship continues well past your official work with them. And our alumni have also continued to see that relationship. So even post fellowship, there are plenty of people who are still maintaining those connections and stuff with leaders that they did a project with in the first few months of their fellowship years ago. So that's something that's always been really encouraging to me as I go through the fellowship and, look to almost, a year from now be in that position too.
And then another question sorry, we got a question. Go ahead, Blake.
Sorry, I cut you off there. I was going to ask, where do fellows generally land after the program ends? Do you guys usually, in the past, have they kind of stayed within the organization or do they usually move on?
Yeah, so post fellowship, we have about an 80% 5-year retention rate, which we love. And most of our fellows do stay within IU Health. And then kind of jobs posts, if we're kind of wanting to address that as well. A lot of jobs are clinic managers, practice managers, chief of staff, director,
strategy consultants.
So there's a lot of different opportunities and areas you can fall into post your fellowship here at IU Health. You don't really just kind of get siloed in one. You have the opportunity to really end in a vast area.
All right. Going back to something we have like commonly been asked is how often are we working together and like our first and second years placed together and what's that like? So pretty much like your first year, while you're going through recruiting the next fellows and all of that, you'll very much be paired with your first year partner. Ethan and I are having a good time kind of getting a lay of the land and experiencing lots of meet and greets together and doing some site tours together and getting a good idea of IU Health as a large statewide organization. And Lauren and Jill have been great help. So the second years are definitely there to help guide you and get you situated and feel confident in your position before they head off to the rotations. So it's been really fun, all being like placed together for the meantime. And we're already sad for Lauren and Jill going off to the rotations, but like we're also really excited to be able to go onto site and see them and what they've been up to in their new work. But so you'll be together, but most of your project work will be individual based.
And from a fellowship programming standpoint too, we have quarterly working sessions, monthly meetings, and then us 4 fellows have a biweekly meeting cadence that we keep up with. So you're always tied together through like the fellowship programming aspect, even if you're not doing, projects or rotational work together, there's always a reason to connect.
Another? All right. I think something else people wanted to know was, is there one? Go for it.
There was one. I apologize. I picked the wrong reaction on accident.
We like that one too, though. Thank you.
I'm excited. What can I say? This is the question kind of about the application, and I think it's a really interesting question that you guys chose this year. Asking, say you're speaking at the graduation celebration with C-suite level execs and the incoming fellows. Tell your story about why you chose IU Health and the impact you have had in the program. I think that's really like a creative question to ask people. Imagine you get this job and then like retroactively, like what do you think the impact you would have liked to have had? I think there's a lot of stuff to be said, but I'm very curious for each of you, what would you have said if you were given this question?
So we all had that question. This has been a consistent prompt. Well, maybe you guys want to speak a little bit to it, just since it's probably pretty fresh in the mind.
Man, pretty fresh, but it does feel like
I'm joking a little bit.
Maybe in Indiana, one of these states is something that has always been like something I connect with, and so I focused on making healthcare more accessible in the Indianapolis region, as that's where I'm from, and I think I definitely was thinking of like provider and patient time and efficiency as part of my prompt. I think that's the route I went. I'm not sure what you do.
Yeah, no, that's all.
speaks volumes, when that's available. I think for me, in looking at fellowships and kind of analyzing that prompt, kind of tried to take a look at like strategically a little bit what sort of things like IU Health would be taking on. And so based on the timing of, when Tori and I are going to be doing our fellowships, there's going to be a lot of new hospital builds and a lot of expansion projects. And it seems like there's a lot of things kind of actively going forward, which I took as a good sign of kind of IU Health's kind of stability and direction. And so I kind of spoke to that, the opportunity to be a part of those things and to see myself growing alongside just a great organization was something that I found pretty motivating. So.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of our prompt, and we encourage people to really sit with that, reflect on what it means to you personally. And, we read every single one of those. So we love to hear the creativity that comes through on those and, the impact that you would want to have in this fellowship.
I would just add, there's no right or wrong answer. Just really make sure it's yours, whatever you can truly and honestly speak to, that'll come through as we read them. And that's a huge thing that we, like Jill said, really enjoy doing and taking the time to do. So
yeah, I think the biggest thing you can answer for yourself while filling out this application is why IU Health and why do you really want this specific fellowship?
That's a great point.
Yeah.
So if I could add a follow-up, I think about the question of like, why this fellowship in particular. And I think some people can make that connection because they're homegrown, because they're the hometown kid. And I think that really is like a very special connection. But for people coming in from like outside the state, it can be a little difficult. And I think I've been kind of like going the same way that Ethan has been in my fellowships, where I try to find, what are the strategic projects that they have lined up for the following year, and do they resonate with me? Are they things that I'm passionate about? Are they things that I'm excited about? And so, Ethan, I'm really curious. How did you go about that when you were like fellowship hunting? Like what questions did you ask? Based off the responses, how did you kind of like connect with them to kind of craft your application? If you can talk to that a little bit, I think that's really insightful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's a fantastic point. I think it's twofold, right? I think I kind of touched on the first part earlier a little bit about, does it seem like the organization is in a good spot? And does it seem like I, as a fellow, maybe a little bit more selfishly, am going to be able to get a lot of good things out of kind of what's going on? I think outside of that, you really have to look at just kind of the time and season of your life and what else you're trying to get out of it. And so in my instance, I'm relatively newly married, and my wife and I, before even looking at some of the things like, oh, what's the system strategy? It was like, where could we see ourselves living for a couple years? Does this make sense? Do we feel like we need to be close to family, or are we okay to kind of be on our own and be a little bit more adventurous? And are there any places we definitely like don't want to live, or, so I think taking the time, whether you do have a partner or not, answering those questions for yourself, like, where do I really see myself? Like, where are some places that have stuff that's interesting to me? If I'm interested in being social or dating or a particular, church or faith, like, am I going to be able to go somewhere that I have access to the things that build my life up outside of work? Mm-hmm. And I think from there, working backwards to figure out, okay, like these are some places on the map that look really exciting. And so what organizations then add on to the professional checklist if I could really see myself growing there as well? And I think your highest likelihood of being able to enjoy where you work comes from being able to kind of try to find that blend in your life a little bit. And I think that really helps your authenticity come through the interview process as well, because you're able to speak to, no, like, even though I'm not from Indiana, right? Like, I could really see myself coming here because of these reasons. And I'm excited to have that element of my life, as well as all of the awesome, strategy things that you can speak to as well. So
that's fantastic, man. First of all, kudos to you on kind of making the big jump. I'm actually in a similar position. My other half is actually down in Houston, and it's a big question for us. So like, kind of like very curious, what recommendations do you have, or what advice do you have for us to navigate this next step in our life?
The first thing, there's no right or wrong answer. And again, I've kind of said this before, but everywhere and every person, there's a time and a season. And I think sometimes we get hyper fixated on everything having to go perfectly right, that we forget that, sometimes it's just as valuable to move somewhere or do something that you don't love as much. And so having the honesty to just talk about kind of what some of those goals are, and just having the trust in each other to give it your best shot and accept the consequence. Hopefully all great things, but sometimes, life hits you with a curveball, right? So just being able to do that and have that open attitude and have that trust in each other to say, we don't really know what it's going to look like, but we will do our best and commit to making the most of it, I think is something that's just the right perspective to have, kind of regardless of how things shake out.
Fair enough, man. Thank you.
Yeah. And then Ellison, I think just your quick question, are you based off Indianapolis? We are. So our home turf where our offices are at is in a building called Fairbanks, located right on the canal in Indianapolis. So it's a really beautiful building. And then traveling, we will site visit in our first year. And so everywhere in Indiana isn't too far away. So a lot of those drives are under an hour or around that hour standpoint, unless you're going up to Fort Wayne. That's a longer drive. And so when it comes to rotations, we haven't had a fellow pursue a rotation in Fort Wayne yet. So most of those, we are all based around the Indy area and commuting. And it's definitely doable, and you'll find good spots all around Indy and the suburbs of Indy.
I know we have about 2 minutes left, so I want to be mindful of time, and we're going to throw our email into the chat and everything, but just wanted to see if there was any maybe potential last minute questions or closing items that we had.
Not seeing any questions pop up. No, so that's fantastic. So just to highlight super quickly, we do obviously follow the NAFCAS cycle. So applications are going to be due on September 7th. We do rolling virtual first round interviews after that in preparation to invite some candidates to an official on-site interview, which will take place on September 16th and 17th. We put our email in the chat. Those are some of the key highlights of the dates coming up, but we know the application process is always stressful and exciting and just kind of a mix of all the things. So we want to do our best to make ourselves available and look forward to answering any future questions you guys have and trying to be resources as you guys just advance in this next chapter. So we appreciate your time today.
That was an awesome wrap up. That was amazing.
Ethan.
Well, thank you to all four of you. Congrats on your new fellowship and congrats on going into your second year, Jill and Lauren. It's so exciting.
Thank you.
And all great questions from all the attendees so far. I've been having a great time. I'm going to go ahead and throw the floor over to Mia and the team at UF. If you have any additional questions for the IU Health team, feel free to put them in the chat or reach out to them with the info that the email they put in the chat. But thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Malia. Good to see you.
Thanks, everybody.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Make sure that screen is up. Is everyone able to see that?
Yep. Okay.
Perfect. I will go ahead and introduce myself. Hello, my name is Mia Sanchilli. I am the current administrative fellow here in the University of Florida College of Medicine Finance Administrative Fellowship Program. And I also have our previous fellow joining me, Allison, if you would like to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Allison Castiblanco. I am a senior project manager here in the Office of Finance and Administration. So I stayed with the team after completing my fellowship.
Thank you, Allison. All right, so here is our agenda for the day. We're going to start out with an overview of the College of Medicine, or you might hear me referring to it as COM, and then the fellowship overview, a little bit more into our fellowship structure, some projects and examples of those projects. Allison will touch on the fellowship effect, and then at the end we will have application requirements and timeline, and finish off with a Q&A. So for the College of Medicine, it is one of the largest of 6 colleges at the University of Florida's Academic Health Center, and it is composed of over 22 clinical and foundational science departments and 9 centers and institutes. At the bottom, you'll see our tripartite mission, which is education, research, and patient care. So we are a Tier 1 medical school established in 1956. The college was one of the first Florida universities to have students earning medical degrees. And the college is ranked Tier 1 among the nation's top medical schools and has graduated over 5,000 physicians, as well as research. So the College of Medicine faculty are national leaders in their research areas like aging, cancer, diabetes, infectious disease, as well as in AI and artificial intelligence. And then for patient care, the University of Florida College of Medicine faculty members practice across 10 hospitals, including UF Health Shands Hospital, and in addition, physicians practice throughout the Central Florida and North Central Florida region at over 50 UF Health physician ambulatory clinics, and the UF Health Physicians is the largest and most complete physician group to practice in Florida, seeing patients from every county. And finally, our mission is to improve healthcare in Florida, our nation, and the world through excellence and consistently superior leadership in education, clinical care, discovery, and service. So here is a little bit of the fellowship overview. So it is a 2-year executive development experience that will provide opportunities to gain insight to the complex administrative and financial environment of a large academic medical center. While you are working directly for the fellowship preceptor is the Chief Financial Officer, Mike Wright, as well as reporting up to the Associate Director of Operations and Organizational Strategy, Mindy Pulliam. So on this slide, it gives an overview of some of those skills that we think are important to this fellowship and developed in this fellowship as well. So data analytics, we deal with a lot of data from all over the system. So learning how to create a story with data is a big part of the fellowship, as well as leadership and strategic thinking. And we are the Finance Administration Office, so financial literacy is a big part of this fellowship as well. And with that, you're also given experiences to have observation experiences as well as exposure to college level leadership, so making those senior leadership connections, as well as the ability to facilitate high college level meetings, shadow some executives, as well as doing departmental rotations in areas of your interest. So the structure of the fellowship right here is a graph kind of explaining how the first few months of the fellowship will look up until that 2-year mark. So I'm going to dive a little deeper into each one of these sections. So onboarding and pre-work, that's going to include your first 2 months where you're doing, trainings and skill development, as well as trying to understand the organization as a whole. And to do this, you'll have presentations with leaders, meetings with the different teams in our office, and we have you develop a professional development plan that we can look back to throughout that entire fellowship. And we also do DISC assessments to see how you work in a team. So that would be the onboarding and pre-work part of the fellowship, and the observational learning and project work. I'm also going to kind of tie in that developmental check into that. So for some of that work, you're going to be leading some organizational projects at the college level, as well as activities to meet those professional development goals from your PDP. And then you also will lead high-level meetings, executive-level meetings, as well as managing the administrative internship program. So that is some of those observational learnings, while also including some of that project work that begins once you get more into your fellowship and have a better understanding of where we sit in the health system. And then for that reflection piece, consistently, developing those skills that I discussed on the previous slide. To do this, you will have weekly one-on-one meetings with your direct report. So Mindy is my direct report, and she's, like I mentioned, the Director of Operations and Organizational Strategy, and have monthly preceptor meetings where you are able to have FaceTime with the CFO as well. And continuous reflection in those weekly and monthly meetings on the fellowship as a whole, as well as even giving reflection to preceptors on where I'm at in the fellowship. So a common question is, what kinds of projects do fellows actually work on during the fellowship? So as you can see here, there are many opportunities and a very diverse range of projects. And I'll give everyone kind of just a moment to scan through some of these examples on the screen. Right, and now I'm going to go more into detail on one of the projects that I have worked on. So on this slide, I have an example of, honestly, it was my first project here, the Foundational Sciences IT transition. So the goal was to transition IT services for our 6 foundational science departments from UF Health IT to our College of Medicine Finance and Administration Office IT. So over here on the left, you'll see some of the challenges we identified during our discovery phase, including equipment procurement delays, inconsistent response times, and planning for the upcoming Windows 10 end of support was also a big part of this project. So in the middle is where much of the work took place. So we partnered with stakeholders to develop new processes, established service standards, and built a transition plan that would support departments both during and after this transition over to our IT. And on the right, you can see the progress that we made. So new processes have been implemented, service standards were improved, and we're continuing to build a more responsive and sustainable IT support model. But since this project, we have had a very high increase of satisfaction in those foundational science departments. So I like sharing this project because it demonstrates that fellows here aren't just observing these organizational changes, they're actually helping lead those changes as well. So now I'm going to hand it over to Allison to touch on the fellowship effect.
Thank you, Mia. Alrighty, so I think for many of you sitting out there, sometimes you're asking yourself, why should I do a fellowship instead of the job? You may be stuck in the middle of what even is a fellowship, right? And how does it really impact your career? So I'll speak on my experience and I think the experience of the other fellows that were in this program on how it impacted me. So I know a lot was said, so I'll try to put it into the real world and how that affects you and what that means to you. So we work in the dean's office, really. That is the highest that you can be in a college of medicine. So in this fellowship here, you are going to be contributing in one way, shape, or form to over the 5,000 people that we have in the College of Medicine. So exposure is key. You're going to get exposure not only to people at different levels, and by that I mean faculty, so chairs of departments, department administrators. You get exposure to staff, the people doing the day-to-day operations. So exposure is a big thing within our fellowship. You create a network of people, of leaders that you're around, but you also have exposure to a whole bunch of areas. So as Mia mentioned, we have 3 missions: clinical, research, education. That's a plethora of areas in which you can be working in, and that's the beauty of this fellowship. So if you're right now at a point in your career in which you don't really know what you want to do, this would be kind of the ideal place for that. You don't have to kind of get stuck in just one space. You can kind of explore many different areas. And so that takes me to the next point of discovery, right? Through this fellowship, I was able to create my network, explore those different areas, and identify where I wanted to live. And that ended up being organizational strategy. It's a space where I fell in love with. I was somebody that could see a problem and I wanted to come in and fix it. And so it really kind of like shaped where I'm at now. I can't say that I did that by myself. I was assigned a really great mentor who I still connect with. She was the director of people strategy, and she's who introduced me to this area of strategy and the importance behind it, right? So you have exposure, discovery, which then allows you to create a reputation for yourself. you create a brand for yourself, and it's a brand that other people start to see. And as people start to see that, again, you are putting yourself in front of a whole bunch of leaders, a whole bunch of staff, over 5,000 people. People start looking at that, right? So as people identify the sort of brand and your talents that you have, the leadership within this program will put you in the right spaces to lead and to kind of flourish those talents. But then other people around you are going to start seeing you and they'll start requesting you, right? That's what happened to me. So this is a 2-year fellowship. The 3 previous fellows have all kind of ended or transitioned to their full-time roles after a year and a half. And it's exactly because people started requesting us to be in other spaces and to start leading in other ways. So that shows you a little bit about how this fellowship can really impact your career. And that leads me to the impact, right? So through all of the opportunities of being in different areas, of discovering where you want to be, you start kind of expanding your impact across the college. Like I said, I've worked with human resources, I've worked with research, I've worked with education. Right now, I have the potential of including Mia in clinical projects. So what is really neat about us is that yes, we are the College of Medicine, but we are also part of U of Health. And so we have a lot of opportunities of working with the hospital, of working with the physician practice, so the outpatient clinics. So there's plenty of opportunity in this fellowship. And if you can really use the opportunity, you can really build a name for yourself through this experience.
Thank you, Allison. Going to move forward. So, application requirements. The deadline for our application is August 31st at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Applicants can visit our website to the job portal. That is also a QR code on the screen now where all of your application materials can be submitted, as well as you can see a little bit more about the fellowship there too. And what we are requiring is a resume, your personal statement, a cover letter, 3 letters of recommendation, and then graduate transcripts are optional. So we hope that you could combine all these material into one PDF with the naming on the screen at the bottom. And on the left, you will see a timeline of our applications. So June 2nd was when it opened, and they are currently open if you scan that QR code. And August 31st is when applications close, and round 1 interviews will be in early September, with round 2 interviews falling in late September, and then those October decisions in line with the NAFCAS week of announcing. So about Gainesville, Florida. So we are centrally located. You can see on the left there, that circle has Gainesville in the center of it. And like I said, centrally located. So you are a drive to the Gulf of Mexico beaches, theme parks, including Disney World, and other cities like Orlando, Jacksonville, Tampa, St. Augustine, as well as you have easy access to a lot of the North Central Florida's signature experiences here in Gainesville. So that includes springs, the wetlands, state parks, hiking, biking. If you are a nature person, we have preserves such as Sweetwater Wetlands Park. And then lastly, Gainesville was named one of Livability's top 100 best places to live in the U.S. for 2025, and it was recognized for its college town feel, the outdoor recreation experiences, affordability, the arts and culture, and the innovative economy. And then this is a slide that just gives a overview of some of the things that, not just the fellowship, but the working with the interns. We have some photos there of some events that we've put on, the different cohorts of fellows and interns, just so you can get a little visualization of some of the things you're able to do in the fellowship. All right. Well, if you are interested or if you have more questions that we don't get to today, please feel free to contact us. The admin fellowship email is the best way to contact us on the screen there. I'll also drop it in the chat as well. And if you would like to read more, we also have everything up on our website as well as our LinkedIn. You can hop over to the LinkedIn and see kind of what we're doing this summer. We have a professional networking series called Summer Forum. So we'll be posting about that and kind of what the office and what the interns are doing through the summer, if you want to stay up to date through LinkedIn. And now I want to give some time for any questions.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you, Allison, for the presentation. I just had a quick question about are you reviewing applications on a rolling basis or only after the deadline?
So as of right now, we are looking at them after the deadline, and we're going to stay in line with those interview timelines that I showed on the timeline.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have about 6 minutes left for questions. I wanted to throw one out there. I know UF actually, University of Florida College of Medicine just joined NCAF. So we haven't gotten into the weeds like some of all the other fellowship sites who have been around for a few years in the program. What made you specifically, I'm assuming that you probably applied to, I mean, we tell people to apply to like 5 fellowships every year, but for both of you, how many fellowships did you apply to? And then how were you able to narrow it down of which ones to apply to and which one you were going to go to?
Yeah, I can go ahead and start, Allison. So how I kind of started my fellowship search, I definitely wanted to stay in Florida. So I did go to the University of Florida and did my MHA at the University of Florida. So I was familiar with the College of Medicine, and I had done my internship in ambulatory care. So I was kind of looking for something a little broader because I wasn't exactly sure where or what area I wanted to obviously go into. That's why I did the fellowship. So I applied to mostly places in Florida just because I wanted to stay in Florida. But I originally I was a little scared of our fellowship because I did not have a strong financial background. But I will say it is the best thing that I could have done because I have really built up that finance side and have been able to really understand the health system from, like I said, that financial literacy skill and understanding how things work. Also on the finance side, because yes, you could go into operations and administration and you still touch finance somewhat, some way if you're wanting to think of it kind of as a business. So that aspect of the fellowship really drew me in because I knew that I had those lacking experience.
Yeah, for me, I think it was a little bit different in that I was kind of in the fence of, do I want to go into a job? Do I want to do a fellowship? To me, some fellowships have really great structure, but it's too much structure, right? I think I was at a point in my life in which I didn't want to be in school anymore. I kind of wanted just to work to have an impact. And so I found that through this fellowship, there was, like I said, plenty of opportunity. You're not stuck in just this one curriculum, just this one space where you can live in. You can really just come in and if there's an area that interests you, as long as you're able to voice that, they'll put you in those places because we touch everything. So to me, that's really what drew me. I also went to the UFMHA program, and so I worked with a lot of students during my time as a graduate assistant. It was something that I loved. It was something that kind of like fulfilled me, and I found that opportunity to do just that as a fellow supporting the administrative interns. So to me, being part of like their kind of like that little stepping stone in their career and seeing how they come in as maybe not knowing much, and then you see them now put their skills into practice and you see them walk across the stage. That's really neat for a fellow to have an impact in somebody else's career in that way. So that was another piece of this fellowship that really sparked my interest.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I've heard a similar thing from fellows who have gone through their first year and going into their second year, and most fellows immediately go into recruiting the next cohort as soon as they start their fellowship, and they can see the gaps that they even had a year before in their level of professionalism and their interview preparedness and everything. So that's awesome. Um,
Yes.
I'll let somebody else ask a question if anybody else has questions.
Please don't be scared of the heat. Yes, it's annoying, it's very humid, but you're gonna love it. There's plenty of dew to do. The fall is beautiful. We have like a little area in the back where you can go outside and walk during your lunch break. So just I think that would be the only thing that people would be afraid of. Very safe, very quiet. I think it's a space. You have both worlds, right? If you want to create your own family, this is the perfect place to do that. It's very safe. But if you still want to be rowdy and maybe go out on the weekends, you can still do that. It's the Gator Nation, so a lot of people still do tailgating. So there's plenty to do. Or you're just like an hour and a half, 2 hours away of a drive to go have fun. So I don't know. I would really recommend this experience if you're someone that's a go-getter, analytical. If you want to create it, like create a path for yourself, this is it. And I'll shut up now and I'll let you ask your question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Emmer. I'm actually a master's student at Emory University and currently doing my MPH in health and policy management. I had a question like, are international students who are on OPT and STEM extension allowed to apply for the fellowship, like eligible for the fellowship? Because I believe sponsorship is not offered, but authorization to work is something that our university takes care of, so sponsorship is not required. And often HR sort of confuses that with sponsorship. So just wanted to ask if you have any information about that.
Yeah. So I do not know the specifics surrounding the sponsorship, but if you email the email, I can definitely find that answer out for you.
Yeah, because I did speak to like a couple of other programs, and when I raised the point where sponsorship is not needed, like I have authorization postgraduate like for 3 years for the remainder like for the time that the fellowship needs authorization, which we do have. So they were like, yes, you can apply, you're eligible for that. So I
Yeah.
think you've left your email, right? So I'll reach out on that.
Yes, I'll also put it in the chat right
All
now
right,
as
thank you.
well. Of course.
And that kind of goes into other questions too that pop up if you think you're not really getting clear answers here or something that goes a little bit more into the weeds. A lot of folks are dropping their contact information in the chat. You can usually find contact information on people's websites, on NAFCAS, wherever they're doing applications. I know on NAFCAS, I review the applications and I tell everybody to put their contact information there. So it's definitely a good place to always reach out. The recruiters are always happy to chat. We're running a minute behind, so I want to say thank you to Mia and Allison for coming. If you want to hang out for a second, you're welcome to. I'm gonna go ahead and throw over the floor to I see Amanda and I think I saw Taylor. There you are. And please feel free to share your screens and go ahead. We'll throw it over to St. Francis.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Hello. Well, my name is Amanda Spino, and as she said, I work with St. Francis Health System here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'm joined by two of our current fellows. We have Taylor Blicken and Reagan O'Shea on with us today. So while I am opening up my screen here, let's see, from beginning. I believe you can see it now. I'm just going to go over a little bit of information about our health system, about life in Tulsa, and then about the two different pathways we offer through our fellowship programs. The first thing I'll share, can you see my screen?
You're just in presenter mode, so I don't know if there's a way to
see. That's okay. I'm glad you said that. Well, let's see. I apologize here. Let's try one more time. Okay, I might have to just keep it like this. That way it doesn't go into that presenter mode. Can everybody see it clearly this way? Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Reagan. So as I was saying, we're located in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We are a not-for-profit Catholic health system. So our mission, which is very grounded into the framework of everything we do at here at St. Francis, is to extend the presence and healing ministry of Christ in all we do. Our values are excellence, dignity, justice, integrity, and stewardship. And I always like to start off in talking about St. Francis with our mission, vision, and values, because as I mentioned, it's just embedded into the framework of all that we do here. If you are not familiar with St. Francis, we are a locally founded and operated and governed not-for-profit Catholic health system here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We've been in operations for 66 years now. We are actually the largest health system in all of northeastern Oklahoma. We have almost 13,000 employees within our health system, and our flagship hospital, St. Francis Hospital, is actually ranked the 13th largest in the country. But as a health system, we provide integrated care through different hospitals, clinic sites, and then some of our community offerings as well. To give you kind of a picture of where we stand in the northeastern Oklahoma market, we have St. Francis Hospital, as I mentioned, is our flagship, located in Tulsa. And then we also have several other hospitals as well. St. Francis Hospital South. We have rural hospitals, St. Francis Hospital Muskogee, St. Francis Hospital Veneta. And then we also have Laureate Psychiatric Clinic and Hospital, which has a renowned eating disorders program, outpatient services, the psychiatric care for both pediatric and adult patients, and then also inpatient care for adults and senior patients. We are constantly growing. We've had a lot of exciting things happening here at St. Francis over the last few years. We recently just completed a $357 million expansion project at our St. Francis Hospital South location, which increased by our capacity there by 120 beds, opened up 14 brand new ERs. We also, in December, completed a renovation of our rural hospital, St. Francis Hospital Muskogee. That was a $288 million investment that resulted in an increase in 158 beds. And we are at the beginning stages of an $87 million expansion project for our Laureate Psychiatric Clinic and Hospital, which will allow us to increase our bed count by 60 beds. In addition to all of the hospitals, we also have a physician enterprise called the Warren Clinic that is going to encompass more than 120 locations, as far north as Bartlesville, as far south as McAllister, which is a pretty wide reach for the northeastern Oklahoma territory. We have more than 500 physicians and more than 200 advanced practice providers in that physician group. We've actually just gone through a couple of acquisitions that's expanded our outreach in the clinic side, mostly in the way of some urgent cares and an orthopedic system. So that is growing as well. Just to give you an overview of how large St. Francis Health System is, these are some of the numbers from our fiscal year of 2025. As I mentioned, we're now at 66 years of serving our community. We have more than 3 million patient encounters, which comes from a count of just over 400,000 unique patients. We have 1,652 beds between all of our hospitals. We see more than 200,000 ER visits annually, more than 5,500 babies delivered annually. We actually have the highest number in the state of Oklahoma. And we have just a really wide reach. And I'm excited for those fiscal year 26 numbers to be published soon, because with all of those expansions, I know that we have some even more exciting things to reflect for that. We are a top 15 health system, as noted by Premier, and we also have our St. Francis Hospital South and our St. Francis Hospital Muskogee named in the top 100 hospitals. We strive to provide the absolute highest level of care possible. Last year, we achieved our trauma, level 1 trauma certification. We also have a level 4 NICU. And then we've been designated as centers of excellence, a cardiac center of excellence with our Heart and Vascular Institute, a center of excellence for treatment of depression and suicide at Laureate. And then also our St. Francis Hospital South is recognized as a robotics center of excellence. St. Francis Hospital Veneta is Oklahoma's first dementia-friendly hospital, and we have 4- and 5-star CMS ratings across our entire health system. I don't know where all of the attendees today are joining us from, but if you're not familiar with Tulsa, Oklahoma, it's an amazing place to live. I can say that as a transplant. I actually grew up on the East Coast, but I've called Tulsa home for a long while now. We're the second largest city in Oklahoma. We have a population of just over 1 million residents. One of the greatest things about Oklahoma is that the cost of living is about 6.5% lower than the national average. Affordable housing. We do have an international airport for those of you who enjoy travel. And then we just have beautiful scenery. We're nicknamed Green Country because we're situated between the Osage Hills and the Ozark Mountains. So we have a lot of really beautiful and robust parks, including the Gathering Place, which was listed in the World's Greatest Places of 2019. We have some minor league sports teams. We have a lot of cultural amenities. So when you think about a fellowship and you think about potentially relocating to a new place, I hope that you would consider Tulsa, Oklahoma. Like I said, very beautiful. I can speak from my experience as someone who moved here and has just really fallen in love with the state, with the city, and come to call it home. What I want to do, though, in the time that we have left is I want to go over our fellowship and give you an overview of what it looks like, and then give our 2 fellows, Reagan and Taylor, an opportunity to describe their experiences in the program. Our fellowship program is actually a 2-year program. It's rotation-based and project-based learning modules. You rotate every 2 to 3 months through different service lines. And each time you rotate to a new service line, you have a new preceptor. While each program does have a designated sponsor throughout the 2-year program, you get to rotate through our leadership team with a variety of preceptors. We also build some flexibility into our program to allow you the opportunity to voice some of the areas in which you have a greatest interest, where you want to gain some experience during that 2nd year. And our goal is to give you a broad exposure to the health system, to a variety of different units, to different entities. Maybe it's on the physician side, maybe the physician clinics, maybe it's on the inpatient hospital operations side. But it does give you the opportunity to collaborate with some of our senior leaders, attend some of our board meetings, and be involved in that. We actually started our program back in 2023. We have successfully graduated 3 fellows to this date. Some of the projects that those fellows have worked on is assisting us with opening one of our North Tulsa Warren clinics, which was an underserved area of town. A launch of a hospital at home program through our Dispatch Health Services, development of a lifestyle medicine program, development of ECMO and PICU transport services, and then they're working currently on a virtual nursing expansion, which is very exciting on the inpatient hospital side. I did mention that we have 2 different tracks. We started with just the operations track in 2023. The focus of that is going to be system strategy, hospital operations, some exposure to finance, and then also some practice with our physician enterprise. And then last year, we hired our very first finance track fellow, which is more focused on the financial management, budgeting, revenue integrity, process improvement, supply chain, areas like that. While both of them have different focuses, different pathways, they do share the leadership development opportunity to access our leaders, opportunity for project-based learning. And I do love that our fellows have kind of their own little community. It's really fun to see. We actually had a reception last week for one of our fellows who recently graduated, and we all, our leaders included, talked about how they just have some great camaraderie being fellows together and kind of passing the torch as one graduates and one comes in. So there's a great aspect to the culture of our fellowship program there as well. We'll talk first about the operations. I'll give you just a brief overview before Reagan speaks to her experience. In our operations track fellowship, the preceptor or the sponsor of that track pathway is going to be Todd Schuster. He's one of our senior vice presidents. He's the president of St. Francis Hospital South, the president of St. Francis Hospital of Veneta, and he's also responsible for our DME. He is a fellow of the ACHE, and actually he helped develop our fellowship program, our inaugural program back in 2023, lending his experience both on the executive leadership side, but also having been a fellow himself. He completed a fellowship through Northwell Health in New York in 2011 and 2012. So he was able to offer perspective from both the fellow and the executive side to build a program that he felt was really robust and was going to give the greatest experience to anyone coming in. So here is just an example, as you'll see in our timeline here, of what the track schedule would look like for the operations administrative fellow. As I mentioned, it's a 2-year program. And so for both tracks, the first 30 days are spent in an onboarding, just shadowing some of our executives, including our chief operations officer, our chief financial officer, chief HR officer, and chief information services officer. The first rotation is typically done through our strategy office, followed by a hospital rotation at one of our hospital locations. Then there's some exposure to finance, and then it is going to be our physician enterprise, which I mentioned was the Warren Clinic Group. And then after that period, we have a series of elective rotations. And so our hope is by that point, the fellow has developed a strong interest or made some connections in areas that they want to explore further. And so we allow a lot of flexibility in those months to select an area that you want a little bit more of a deep dive into, and then ideally step into an interim role for the final few months of that program. So at this point, I'm going to pass it off to Taylor. So I'm sorry, I'm going to pass it off to Reagan. She is in the operations track of our administrative fellowship right now, so she can tell you a little bit about her experience so far.
Awesome. Yep. Hi, I'm Reagan O'Shea. Like Amanda said, I am one of the administrative fellows currently here at St. Francis. I began my fellowship in January, so I'm about 6 months in, a quarter of the way through, which is crazy. It feels like it's flown. But originally, I'm from Texas. I did my undergrad at Texas A&M, and then am currently finishing my master's at Trinity University in San Antonio. But a little bit about the fellowship and my experience. I really, truly cannot speak highly enough of it. I know that seems ridiculous to say, but it's been a wonderful experience so far. Everyone here on the team is truly open door, and they're incredibly welcoming, and they're really willing and excited to teach. Anywhere you go, you're going to find people who are incredibly smart and who are just at the top of their field. But to find an environment where teaching is really celebrated and encouraged is special. And so I think that when I think about the culture here, that is something that has continually stuck out to me. Todd, who's the formal preceptor, is amazing. And then throughout your time here, you will find so many informal preceptors as you rotate throughout the hospital. People are just really excited to bring you into the work that they're doing, and lots is going on. So hands to help are always appreciated. But just a little bit about my time here so far. Like I said, 6 months. So I'm halfway through my second official rotation, but I started in strategy, and my time in strategy was really focused around just first and foremost getting to know the system as a whole. And it's a big system, got hospitals, clinics, and everything in between. And so learning the important people and processes throughout the entirety of the hospital, while at the same time getting a really good feel for the strategy at St. Francis. So yes, our mission, our vision and values, but also how we're going about that. And I got to learn a lot about the strategic planning process while working on different projects within that department. And so got to look at strategic analytics around home health and what it might look like to acquire a home health company. I also got to work with our marketing team, which reports up through strategy, on learning the process behind an RFP and creating a new intranet plan platform. Got to help plan a physician retreat, and then Also got to work with our community and government affairs team looking to conduct research on freestanding ED policy in Oklahoma, and how that, what we might want to do in the future when it comes to informing potential policy. So that was my strategy rotation, and then currently I'm in our hospital rotation. I'm about halfway through, but I'm at our flagship hospital, and it's been a whirlwind. It's been wonderful. Everything every day, as I'm sure you all know, is crazy in a hospital. There's always a fire to put out, always something going on, a project in motion. And so I've gotten to be along for that ride while also working on different plans, looking at creating an outpatient wound service clinic, creating a mobile phlebotomy and lab services, business plan to be able to serve our patients who are at home. And then we're undergoing a major radiology transition. And so I've been helping project manage that, working through staffing and growth plans for radiology, and getting to learn about all the different types of radiology, because there's a whole bunch of modalities I would have just never been exposed to, having no clinical background. And so it's been a wonderful experience so far. And I'm happy to answer any more questions either now or as we conclude the presentation.
Awesome. Wonderful. Let me go back to sharing this, and then I'm going to have Taylor speak here. I'll tell you just briefly about our finance and operations management track. The sponsor for that is Neil Schultz. He is our Vice President of Finance and Revenue Cycle. He oversees our finance team, revenue cycle, managed care, and reimbursement. And this track is going to be more of every 2 months with a rotation. Same thing with that onboarding in the first 30 days. Then it'll go through finance and decision support, human resources, revenue integrity, managed care, process improvement, supply chain, utilization management, project management, and population health before coming up on that same interim role period. And so now I will let Taylor speak to her experience in that role.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So like Amanda said, our two different tracks still interact quite a bit. And so even though it is finance heavy, you still get that exposure to all of the leadership opportunities that a straight administrative fellow would get as well. And then with the added operations benefit to it, I'm currently rotating with our psychiatric hospital to gain that operations experience. And so I do like to point out that our schedules are pretty flexible if there's an area of opportunity that you see that you really want to touch on. It's pretty nice that you can talk to Neil pretty openly. And as long as it kind of aligns with where you're headed for your future, it's usually a done deal on being able to do that. With my fellowship being a little bit more focused on the roles that report up to the CFO, this is kind of the perfect time to be a finance fellow with everything that's changing in our CMS rules, with our funding for both state and federal. And so working at a health system, which Amanda hasn't pointed out, but we are one of the few health systems in the United States that has absolutely no debt. And so we are able to actually move forward with different initiatives and expansions where other hospitals are just trying to stay afloat. So I think that is a really big thing to kind of learn from when you take on this fellowship, is you are joining a team that has been financially successful for many years, and you can kind of know what you need to take into your next role, whether that be internal or external. You're getting that knowledge on how to make your department or your service line successful, because you're watching those people that have been successful and have expanded our finances as well. So like Reagan said and Amanda said, we'll open it up to questions now. That's kind of the end of our presentation. But if anyone has any questions about either track or how they overlap, or just anything about Tulsa or St. Francis, please feel free to just shout it out.
I saw one question in the chat about if it has to be CHME accredited to apply, but we also take CEPH and then AACSB accredited programs. And then I threw our presentation back up there. There's a QR code to our LinkedIn page, which Taylor does a great job of updating. And we have a couple more Q&A sessions coming up in July and August. And then also my contact information, Reagan and Taylor's, is listed on there as well. You are more than welcome to reach out to us with any questions you have, or if you want to ask something while you're on here today, you can add it to the chat, or like Taylor said, just voice it here now.
Yeah, something big to point out about St. Francis is that we kind of touch every avenue of healthcare. And so if you're someone that's interested in pediatric or academic medical centers or psychiatric care or whatever it might be, you can kind of get a feel for all of it here at St. Francis. You don't have to choose a fellowship that's just specific to the pediatrics or to just adult care. You have the opportunity to do it in a large scale here at St. Francis in any of those capacities. Ellison?
Hey, you guys, thank you all so much for a great presentation. I was wondering what you guys think has made y'all's fellowship experience just so unique, and what St. Francis has to offer as a fellowship versus other fellowship programs.
Yeah, I just hit a year of my fellowship, so I am coming up or starting year 2 of mine. And something that I've pointed out to anyone that I've talked to is that all of our decisions are made here in Tulsa, where some health systems, are governed by a larger entity that might sit out of state or just in another city. Everything that happens here for St. Francis happens in the boardroom that we sit and eat lunch with multiple individuals as well, and so you get to be plugged into those experiences and hear those decisions being made in real time. And so that gives you another added benefit when you're here, is you get that board exposure, so you're kind of more prepared to go on and take on your own board role when you come up in your future. And then I think another great point to put out here is that this environment is very welcoming, and our executive team is very welcoming. We have many informal events together as well. And so these people are not closed off. They're open to any and all questions that you might have about them, about where you should take your career path. And I don't think anything's off the table at St. Francis. I have yet to be turned down from any type of meeting or ask that I have done. And I think that's really beneficial as well. The fellowship is fairly newer, and we are getting a better structure as we go every year, but it's not a set in stone to where you have to do something just because it's written in ink. This is really tailored to what you need for your future development, as well as where the health system sees a benefit in you. And I think the other big thing is that all of our past fellows have been integrated into leadership roles within our health system. And so St. Francis really sees the value in the person that they choose to come on, because they want to develop you not only for your own personal growth, but to stay as a leader within our health system.
I think something that was a big deciding factor when I was looking at fellowships, and part of why I chose St. Francis, was that for me, it's kind of in a sweet spot. And so it's a system. So you're getting to see all these different aspects of care. We insure patients through a joint venture. We have DME, we have hospitals, we have psychiatric care, we have clinics, and all of that is open to explore. But while it's large, everything is still locally owned and operated. And it's incredibly mission driven. Everything we do here really has a heart of serving the population here in Oklahoma and reaching largely unreached, underserved rural populations. Tulsa, not rural, but the surrounding communities really are. And so you see that mission-based care really drives everything we do. And at the same time, it is a health system that, like Taylor mentioned, is very operationally and financially disciplined, and is debt-free. And so it's a really good give and take. And I think you get exposed to all the decisions that are happening as a fellow. You sit in the room where decisions are made. And yeah, just truly, really access beyond what I had expected coming into this. And so I would say that has been something that has been really defining of my time here.
Well, thank you all so much. This was so awesome. And that was a great question, Allison. Amanda, Reagan, Taylor, thank you all for coming to present. I learned a lot. Thanks so much. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to Daniel, who I think I just saw on the call. There you are. And I'll let you take it away. Team at St. Francis, feel free to hang out if you want, or hang out and watch the chat if any other last questions come through. But thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
Excellent. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel McFarland, and I'm enthused to have the opportunity to share with you all a little bit about our program at the Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital in New Brunswick's Administrative Fellowship Program. So I have a brief presentation to go through, but just to start, it's always an incredible opportunity to present to individuals about administrative fellowship programs, or even to recruit individuals as a whole. I was in your shoes, and many of us that have presented to you all today have been in your shoes of you being able to identify what is the best next step for your career, and also continuing to grow past that didactic experience of what it's like in the real world of working within an academic medical center or community hospital, for-profit entity, and then will allow you to begin your career or reincarnate what your career trajectory will look like. So I'm going to share my screen, and as I'm sharing it, I'm going to share that I had the opportunity of completing an administrative fellowship years ago, and had the ability of working at Johns Hopkins. And then from there, I went on to work at as a full-time individual. And then from there, I transitioned to the Brigham and Women's Hospital before joining here at Robert Wood Johnson to serve as the Assistant Vice President of Operations, currently focusing on inpatient and outpatient services here. So with that, I hope that my experience as a prior fellow, and then also current experience of helping create our inaugural RWJUH New Brunswick program will allow you to just see a full breadth and depth of what we're going to provide our fellows as we go into this recruitment cycle. So to get started, just to ensure everyone's fully apprised of what our organization looks like from a capacity standpoint, also looking at the forward-facing investment that our organization has made, not only locally within the Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital, but the larger health system, Robert Wood Johnson Barnabus Health. Here on the screen, you'll see that two of our significant capital investments within our campus that were made. And just to show you the entity of our campus, here is a full picture view of the Robert Wood Johnson University campus in New Brunswick. On the left side, and on the left side in this photo, is the Jack and Cheryl Morris Cancer Center, which is our new freestanding cancer entity. You can read the breadth of services that are being rendered within this space. We just hit our 1-year anniversary of opening this facility as of this month. And with that, we've seen a plethora of patients in all these different modalities, and we continue to move into the space, get more comfortable with being able to provide world-class oncological care within this environment. On the right side, you'll see our newer ambulatory facility, which is our ambulatory medical pavilion, which is a 15-story ambulatory space where we're able to see all of our subspecialty and non-oncological subspecialty care is being rendered in this environment. Since we have a full map of our campus, here is our children's hospital, and this is our inpatient facility for other adult services. And there's one more tower on the backside as well that just shows you the full campus, and that it's not just one building or one area. It's a fully robust and developed academic medical institution in partnership with Rutgers Health that we're able to provide for the greater New Jersey region. Additionally, just going over the general highs and wins that we've been able to see within our organization of being in the greater New York metro area. I'll be honest and just have a quick aside and say that prior to moving here in Jersey, I didn't fully understand the landscape to then see that New York is probably about 45 miles north of New Brunswick. However, it's incredibly accessible. Many individuals live in this region. They commute to work every day. And so when we think about our U.S. News recognition and also our catchment area of being 45 miles or so south of the New York region, and then probably about another 45 miles just north of Philadelphia, we're right in the middle of about our catchment area to take care of patients from the greater New York, Pennsylvania, and other surrounding regions. When you look at the different badges that we've been able to acquire, I know that these may be something that people just taunt and just say, oh, we acquired this badge for being a high performer, but really the amount of detail and excellent care that's being rendered behind it, in particular orthopedics, as mentioned, oncological or cancer, urology, maternity, and OBGYN care, along with cardiovascular and some of our other key programs. We are, what I believe, after working in larger academic institutions, and this being yet another one, we are truly on the map of being able to become one of our top U.S. News in the top 15 and 20 rankings due to the fact of all the clinical advancements and the high caliber of quality when it comes to taking care of our patients. Additionally, as you look at some of our multidisciplinary advancements and certifications. The Comprehensive Cardiac Center designation by the Joint Commission is one of the highest badges to acquire and complement with our Comprehensive Stroke Center, bariatrics, our LVAD program, spine and total joints. Meaning, not only do we provide high quality care, but we have processes and protocols that are set in place so that regardless of the patient, regardless of who's working that day, we have checks and balances that allows us to continue to render said care. When we look at the different badges by the ACS of being now level 1 adult and pediatric trauma center designated, looking at our epilepsy center level 4 designation, when we think of the robust care and environments where you're able to provide clinical care, we're able to do anything that you would see within any other organization of high standard across the U.S. I give that context because I believe that our administrative fellowship program is an opportunity for two individuals to learn for a year about the clinical nuances and excellence, but also being able to share best practices with us and get involved with our clinical programs and partner with our team members of truly elevating the care that we're able to provide here. When we look at the eligibility, similar to most fellowship programs, we're expecting that individuals with a master's degree, at this point, we're looking for MBA, MHA, MPH, MPA, et cetera, that have measurable experience or general exposure to healthcare environments, and they would have had to acquire their master's within the past 3 years and prior to the start of our administrative fellowship program. Our initial class would be on June 1st of 2027. That would be their start date. It would be a 1-year fellowship opportunity. And regarding the structure, so now this is a common question, our program structure and this approach would be to have structured rotations over those 2 years 1 year for those two fellows that would allow them to see different entities of our organization and within the New Brunswick area, along with general exposure to our system entity as well. Many of you may have seen other Robert Wood Johnson Barnabus Health facilities like our medical group and Claremont, Moss, and the Jersey City Administrative Fellowship programs. As of now, they're separate, but we do plan to have an integrated opportunity of exposure of having our senior leaderships at our Barnabus leadership have meetings and fellowship with our fellows to ensure that they're not just looking at the local entities, but also system as well. When we look at the salary, normally we are able to look at the PGY 5 salary as a general baseline, acknowledging that's the base salary that we would expect. However, as the market and especially as the economics in this region continue to vary depending on the cost of living, as the formal offer is extended, that's when we'd be able to provide the final salary of what this fellowship would provide, just to ensure that we're able to have a competitive offer to our fellows and making sure they're not going in debt just by being here for the administrative fellowship program. When we look at the structure and support for our program, we have a very engaged leadership team with Alan Lee being the president of our main hospital here in town. And we have committee membership from various senior leaders within the organization, including our C-suite and key vice presidents within our program. And then also we have a program director that will be able to provide ongoing support for the fellow. Just to give context, when we think about the structure of this steering committee in relation with the fellows development, we would ensure that the program director would oversee the rotations and make sure the fellow is able to get exposure to areas of their interest, along with key areas of interest that I'll show you in the next slide from senior leadership as areas of opportunity / need of additional support and guidance. So then on an ongoing basis, the fellows would meet with the committee members and ensure that they're able to report out on their projects, they're able to get guidance and feedback, and then the executive sponsor, Alan, would ensure that all of the effort, both into the fellows' development and also the output of the work the fellows are producing, would then align, and we're able to ensure a mutually beneficial relationship between both parties. When we think about this structure as well, the program director would have weekly check-ins just to make sure that as roadblocks are presented, that they're able to be eliminated, or navigation within the organization, knowing that we're a larger health system that may have local priorities and interests. However, the system interest and resource gathering is something that may need additional support. So with this, it does allow the opportunity for for the fellows to be fully supported. Looking at example rotations, on the left side, you'll see the community affairs, finance, hospital operations, et cetera, as the general areas of where we would hope for the fellow to rotate over their 1-year experience. And as mentioned earlier, the intent is to ensure that we're able to expose the fellow to areas of interest that they may have personally, because maybe someone would like to go into hospital operations, inpatient, outpatient, ambulatory, looking at throughput processes, perioperative, etc. However, if there are other key projects that are initiatives for the organization as well, the intent would be for the fellow to have exposure to said projects while still rotating in respective areas. And to give you let's say 1 week that they're rotating with Arlix, who is our Vice President of Perioperative Services. And they're following Arlix to go to all of his meetings, being able to receive direct guidance and supervision by him. And in that in turns turn into a surgical services expansion project for our ORs. We're opening up at least 10 incremental ORs by the end of this calendar year. And as we go into the next calendar year, we'll be continuing to ensure that we're being efficient with our metrics, ensuring until we are able to be supportive with the practice offices. And the fellow could lead projects that are able to help with those integration or those efficiency projects as they're rotating with Arlix. Let's say if they move on to their next rotation a month or so later, and they move on to support services and helping with our Aramark transition, then they would move on with support services. But if they're still working on key projects at Periop, they're able to retain those. One thing that we've received feedback just in general from doing benchmarking with other organizations is that it's great for you to rotate and be able to see something, but then to take a project from start to finish and be able to say, I was able to see the beginning stages of this and we're able to see it all the way to fruition during my fellowship is something that we hope to provide fellows, knowing that some projects they're able to be started and completed by that time frame, or others we know that are ongoing and multi-year. However, it still does provide value to the fellows with that. That was just one example to give you an idea of what our exposures would be afforded to our fellows. But here are just various other opportunities of key initiatives that we're looking to develop over the next year or 5 years. And so this would be areas of opportunity for the fellow to be exposed to. When looking at our recruitment cycle, this wouldn't be news to any of you, as you all obviously are familiar with the NAFCAS recruitment cycle. Here you'll see our general timeline, just earmarking our application deadline. We'd like to have deliverables provided by September 7th, with the intent for us to then do our pre-screenings and begin interviews. And our final interviews we expect to be the week of September 20th. And from there, we look at the offer week and then also the start date timeline. I hope those all resonate with what you're hearing and seeing with other organizations. But that's just how we hope to approach our recruitment cycle, knowing that we're grateful that individuals would consider us and we want to report back in a timely fashion the recruitment process and be able to review the deliverables, begin the interview process, hopefully extend an offer to interested candidates. And then we're able to correlate with how other organizations as well have developed and have established their recruitment cycle. When reviewing our deliverables, I believe the majority of these top bullets are standard across the various organizations. However, just the two additional questions that we would like to learn more about from you, you'll see here on the application. I just want to flash it in front of you all. When we look at the aspects of our hospital, how does it align with your long-term goals? And then also a challenging situation of how you are able to balance competing priorities in the healthcare setting. The reason that we provided these questions is because it will provide us with additional context as to where the candidate's mindset is regarding how we resonate in comparison with other organizations with the development of their career, then also being able to understand experiences while they may be healthcare related. They may vary depending on the healthcare setting, how they're able to just give real life examples of how they're able to juggle multiple responsibilities and also deal with challenging situations. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and open the floor to questions because that is the most important component, I believe, of these discussions. And so I will stop sharing my screen and ask if there are any initial questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Have your hand raised?
Hi, Daniel. That was great. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm Shayan Singhvi. I'm currently an intern with the Office of Medical Affairs at Johns Hopkins Medicine. And I really found your trajectory very interesting and wanted to know how did that experience of working at Johns Hopkins and Brigham and now at Robert Wood Johnson, how has that helped you working at different health systems in your current role? And how has RWJ stood out from the other health systems that you've been at?
Sure thing. And glad to see a fellow Hopkins former colleague. I believe my experiences has been one that I can speak for myself and what I've been exposed with and how I believe I've been able to navigate it. It's something that you all can take gems if they're available or say that's not applicable to me. I feel like being able to see different academic medical institutions has been incredibly beneficial for my personal development, and that each environment, meaning each market and hospital, has their own pros and cons about their ability to navigate various struggles that I believe not all of us see in the same way, but have similar plights of recruitment and staff and being able to um, continue to be top notch regarding clinical advancements and developing future talent, those other components. I'll say in the state of Maryland, there's a single payer state where the organization had to continue to remain innovative without receiving incremental dollars as consistently when looking at markets like Boston and also in the greater New York region, and being able to continue that high standard of care while being able to manage expenses along with creating that innovation was its own plight. And I would say it was incredibly foundational for me to be able to be exposed to that. But then as we look at the Brigham, the Boston market is one that's continually changing. It's incredibly competitive, and there's similar innovation there. When I look now where I am at Robert Wood Johnson, I've been so incredibly pleased with the opportunity to learn from an organization that has had the IPA, the interprofessional agreement with Rutgers and Robert Wood Johnson. It's one that's newer in relation to those aforementioned organizations. So being able to develop an infrastructure on top of an existing very strong organization, just continuing to build as with the clinical advancements that I showed you all, both from a multidisciplinary programmatic standpoint, but also the infrastructure that's been poured into this organization is something that I haven't seen before. But I won't ask, and I wouldn't assume anyone to think that I've been 20, 30 years in my career that I've been able to see so much. But I will say in this brief time so far, I've been incredibly grateful to be able to see three significantly strong organizations. And so Robert Wood Johnson is one that I obviously am taunting because I believe it's something that's a remarkable place.
Thank you so much. That was truly inspiring. What you said, found it very interesting, your journey. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you for the question. I think Baldo was next.
Yes, yes, sir. How you doing? I'm currently pursuing my MHA in San Antonio, Texas, at the University of the Incarnate Word, and I'm in the stages of applying to a lot of fellowships. And I was wondering if you could speak on if a 1 year fellowship versus a 2 year fellowship is more beneficial, or is there any benefit to either or? I was wondering if you'd be able to speak on that.
I believe the structure of the 1 versus 2 years is really based, I mean, the experience of that is just dependent on how you're able to be exposed to the various areas and the rotations. As mentioned earlier, it's great to see all these different areas and be able to have exposure to them and generally have an inclination of what it would be like to serve in that level of administrative service. However, in other areas, individuals would like to just get down into the weeds, would like to begin doing projects. That's why they prefer project-based, where you start with the project, you only work through that respective area. It just depends on your exposure and your training so far. When I think of my experience, I came from Arkansas's master's program, University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences, and was able to work in a health system, community health system, and I didn't know much about academia. And also, I felt like fellowship experience was to provide me an opportunity to see what else would be out there. I know the 2 year fellowship at Hopkins was rotation based, and you're able to see various areas. But that one experience that was beneficial for me. However, if I was to look back at it now, would I also have been just as mutually benefited by having a 1 year program? I believe so, but it just depends on the organization and what resonates best with you and what resonated with me best as an individual. So as you go through the interview process, just ask questions about what that exposure looks like. Think about what are you looking for in your personal development that then would allow you to become hopefully an effective administrator. And so it just depends on what you are looking for.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Jason?
Hi, Daniel. I'm currently finishing my Master's of Healthcare Leadership at Brown University. And I was wondering about like your experience too. How is it for you doing a fellowship at an academic medical center and then moving into into a nonprofit healthcare system? And then on the flip side, what kind of experience should I or we expect as people who are applying to fellowships and trying to figure out whether an AMC versus a nonprofit healthcare system would benefit us as a fellow?
Sure. I think the ability to complete an administrative fellowship in an academic medical center in a learning environment is a very unique and special opportunity. It's one that resonates with some, it doesn't resonate as much with others, where most people have a preconceived notion of what it's like to be in academia. It's a bunch of people think it's a bunch of nerds, a bunch of people that just want to pontificate about things and don't have the ability to be operationally efficient. But it's actually not true. Even though we have residents and fellows and trainees, medical students all across the board, all across campus, it does excite more innovation and having additional thought. And the preceptors and the attendings that have seen a litany of clinical exposures and operational issues, they actually offer, I think, unprecedented advice about how things can be better because they're used to continuously looking at a process improvement mindset each year as the residents are brought on. When I think about my experience, still being within an academic medical institution and have been for the past 9 years now, that is one environment that I didn't think in a million years that would have been the trajectory of my career, having spent the majority of the beginning of my formative years in training being exposed to community systems. And community environments are ones that I mutually enjoy and appreciate because that's similar and it resonates more so with the way that I was raised in my community back in Louisiana. And so when I think about the importance of community hospitals, academic hospitals, for-profit entities, et cetera, once again, there's a need for more healthcare to be able to provide access and access closer to home to patients, families, loved ones. And so there's no perfect model by any means. People can poke holes in every single one of the models I mentioned. However, each of them has their own purpose and their own way about rendering care. And so it just depends on what resonates, once again, best with you all. And I keep saying that, but each of us on this call have a different perspective of what we're searching for. And so it really just depends on what aligns best with you as an individual. I do see in the chat, Randolph had asked a question about the administrative fellowship. We still, I think I mentioned this earlier, that Barnabus Health still does have an administrative fellowship program in Jersey City, at Jersey City Medical Center, along with our medical group, and the New Brunswick campus is a new location that's going to be offered. So it's not in lieu of, it's in addition to, that the New Brunswick site will be added. And also we're excited to add 2 more fellows to add to our training class. And I'm hoping that it will also allow our other 10 plus hospitals or entities to consider having additional fellowship programs as well. Ayana?
Daniel, nice to virtually meet you. But I guess I wanted to ask 2 questions. First, what was some of the bigger challenges in trying to get this program started? And then the second thing, and I think some of the people on the call prior were kind of curious about when you have specific process improvement type of questions or maybe suggestions that you might want to implement. I'm assuming, you mentioned how innovative this organization is. With that visibility that you get from some of your preceptors and leaders there, is that typically something that people are very interested and excited to help you kind of implement some of those process improvement type of changes?
Both are great questions. And when we think about our structure, I mean, even starting our fellowship, this has been a concept that I believe our team has discussed for a couple of years, but wanted to do so intentionally, not just bring on 2 new fellows without any structure. And so we've pontificated and had multiple meetings about how it's going to be a 1 year versus 2 year, how many fellows. They said they need a buddy. Maria's coming online. She needs I need to shut down soon. But overall, it was a very intentional process to make sure that it was a well thought out opportunity, and it will continue to change with time based on feedback from our fellows. It's something that we aren't going to say, this is the perfect model, this is all what we're going to do. Our senior leadership, and I wish that you could meet them, but that would have been an additional conversation. They are so excited about the ability to pour into the future leaders of healthcare. And we have a very open environment where if someone does have an innovative idea, to answer your second question, individuals from the front line have ample opportunities to provide feedback about areas of where we can become more innovative. And for instance, we had our senior leadership rounds today of where we go around and we round. And then at the end of our rounding sessions, we come back to our senior leadership regroup and we vocalize those key issues. And we have the ability to then act on them and say, this is our next step for follow-up, or this is something that we should continue to work on in the future. And so that then turns into not just okay, we're going to do it. It shows up on a list that we then follow up on a continuous basis, weekly basis until it's resolved. And as fellows, they would have direct access to that type of feedback to our senior leadership, have one-on-ones to be able to vocalize any opportunities that may present. So with that, thank you for the question, Ayana. And Malia, is my time up?
It is, but that was amazing. Love the presentation. Thanks so much for coming on, Daniel.
Awesome. Thank you all for the opportunity. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions, but I wish you all the best in your recruitment cycle.
I think there's one more question in the chat for you if you want to stay on and just answer it really quickly. I think that would be awesome. And then also there's contact information out there, and then you can always go through NAFCAS and reach out through there.
Amir, that's a question we can address offline because I would have to connect with our team just to ensure I give you the appropriate response. But as mentioned, our information is, maybe I'll leave it here. I'll send you a note with my contact information and then we can circle back offline.
Thanks, Daniel. All right. Thanks for everyone for sticking around. We have had a long day. It's been a long sit for everyone who's been on all day. We are on our last one for today. Just to preempt it, just to get ahead of it, we will be back on tomorrow for our second day with a completely different schedule of fellowship sites that are recruiting. So make sure to check out the agenda that I'll be posting in the chat shortly. I'm going to throw it over to the team at Rush. The floor is all yours, y'all.
Perfect. Thank you for that warm introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see the screen and everything's working well. I'm Kyle. I'm one of the current administrative fellows with Rush University System for Health, and today we're extremely excited to be presenting on our administrative fellowship program for the year of 2027 to 2028. So here's a quick overview of our agenda. We'll be going through some quick introductions of current and past fellows. We'll move on to a little segment about Rush's system and our regional coverage. We'll be then going over our fellowship structure, application timeline, and we'll have time at the end for a Q&A. So I'll hand it off to Sydney to start our introductions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sydney, and I'm one of this year's Administrative Fellows at Rush, and I did my MHSA at the University of Michigan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Harleen. I'm another one of the fellows, and I went to St. Louis University both for undergrad and my graduation with my MHA.
Hi, my name is Madison Kutil, and I'm the current Rush Fellow with the medical group, and I completed my MHA at UNC Chapel Hill.
And I'm Kyle. I'm the Administrative Fellow with Rush Copley. I am pursuing my MHA at the George Washington University, and I obtained my bachelor's in biology at SUNY Binghamton. So now I'll be passing it off to the outgoing fellows to do some quick introductions.
Hey everyone, my name is Caitlin Begley. I am one of the 2025-2026 Administrative Fellows. Today is our last day, woohoo. If you all need anything after this, you can always message me on LinkedIn. Thank you for being here.
Hi everyone, my name is Aisa and super excited that we're wrapping up the fellowship program. So yeah, thank you for being here.
Hi everyone, I'm Sahana and also excited wrapping up the fellowship program and here for questions later. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And now I'll be passing off back to Sydney to talk about Rush.
Well, so I'm just going to go into a little bit of detail about our health system. So Rush is a national leader in outstanding patient care, education, research, and community partnerships with the goal of empowering a new generation of healthcare providers and administrators. Rush is made up of 5 different components. So we have the Rush Medical Group, which is a system of physicians and advanced practice providers. They're tasked with providing the right care at the right time to Rush's communities. Next, we have Rush University Medical Center, or RUMC, which is our downtown Chicago location, which is an academic medical center serving adults and children, and it offers more than 70 highly selective residency and fellowship programs in both medical and surgical specialties and subspecialties. Next, we have Rush Oak Park, which is a community hospital that offers a broad range of services, including cancer care, cardiology, diabetes, and endocrine and breast imaging, and that's a little bit west of downtown. And then we also have Rush Copley, which is another community medical center that offers advanced care in heart and vascular, cancer, women's health, emergency services, orthopedics and neuroscience, and also has a really broad ambulatory primary specialty care reach. And that serves patients in Aurora, Illinois, which is also west of downtown Chicago. And then lastly, we have Rush University, which is a university that has an exclusive focus on health sciences with three major colleges: the Medical College, College of Nursing, and College of Health Sciences. And all those three colleges share a downtown campus with RUMC. And then this map just kind of shows Rush's reach throughout the greater Chicagoland area. So we have the three hospitals in green, the downtown, Oak Park, and then Aurora. And then we also have Rush offsite locations, physical therapy locations, and Rush Health. So you can kind of see that we're around a lot of different areas in the Chicagoland region.
Just going a little more about Chicago. So Chicago is the third largest city in the US, with a very friendly transit system. A lot of us use both public transit as well as the Metro, which is from the suburbs, to come to Rush every day. There's a lot of diversity in unique neighborhoods, so you can truly find something for everyone. If you're a big foodie, there's plenty of food options, and you'll never get bored because there's so many museums, concerts, so many sports teams to follow, as well as the fact that it's easily accessible. I'm from the Midwest, so I can take the Amtrak home anytime, but there's also two different airports to fly all across the US as well as out of the country. And then a little bit more about Oak Park, which is where one of the community hospitals are located. Oak Park falls in between a suburb and city, so you get a feel for both because it's right outside the city. It has a deep culture of architect and history. So some of them are just the Ernest Hemingway and the Frank Lloyd House, as well as they have a lot of vibrant art districts within Oak Park, as well as the Oak Park Oktoberfest. And then again, like I said, very easily accessible from both downtown as well as the suburbs to get to Oak Park. And then lastly, Aurora. Aurora is one of the suburban where the third hospital is located, and it happens to be the second largest city in Illinois. We were fortunate enough to go tour the hospital as well as go to Aurora yesterday and really got to see the more suburban and away from the city life. There's a lot of shopping, there's a lot of outdoor activities that you can do, especially during the summer, and can be outdoors within nature and feel like at home. And then it's conveniently located right by the Metro, which we also got to take yesterday to come to the city, and also accessible to the highway if people do have cars.
All right, so now let's turn to our actual fellowship structure and sort of how it all works. So in the beginning, each fellow is matched with both an entity and a project executive sponsor at the time that they're given their offer. So this sponsor serves as the fellow's primary mentor and helps guide their professional development throughout the program. The fellowship is a 12-month experience, so it's one whole year, and it begins in June with onboarding, and then you go through meet and greet sessions where you can go ahead and have the opportunity to connect with senior leaders across the organization, across the hospitals and their teams. Then from June through October, recruitment for the next fellowship class takes place, so you'll be doing a little bit of what we're doing now. And then the core fellowship experience takes place from July through May. So during this time, fellows work on projects that are really aligned with organizational priorities as well as their own interests. And the assigned executive sponsor will meet with the fellow regularly to sort of go through progress, success, and any barriers that you may come across. So finally, during May and June, the fellows then transition their projects like our past fellows are currently doing, begin their job search, and help onboard the incoming fellowship class. Beyond project work, the fellowship is intentionally designed to develop critical competencies. So then I'm just going to run through the 5. The first competency is communication and relationship management. So this focuses on communicating effectively, building strong relationships, and collaborating with diverse stakeholders. The second is leadership, which is focused on creating a shared vision, managing change, and fostering a positive organizational culture. So then we have professionalism, which includes ethical decision-making, accountability, lifelong learning, and maintaining a strong commitment to patients, colleagues, and the healthcare professions. The fourth competency is knowledge of the healthcare environment, and this ensures that fellows understand the health system that they're working in, understands the broader health systems that are a part of it, organizational operations, patient perspectives, and the broader community that they do serve. Lastly, we have business skills and knowledge, which equips fellows with management skills, including strategic planning, financial management, patient safety, and more. So these will all be developed and honed throughout the entirety of the fellowship period.
So next we'll go into a little bit more detail on our application timeline. So applications are due via NAFCAS on September 4th, and then between the 4th and 9th, we will review applications and invite the top 30 candidates for interviews on the 11th. And then the week after that, the top 7th will be invited to on-site interviews, so the 16th and 17th, with final offers made to the top 3 candidates on the 17th. And then you'll have 10 days from your offer date, so September 27th, to accept your offer, and then you'll start on June 14th, 2027.
So moving on to our application requirements, we have requirements that are through NAFCAS and some of our additional rush requirements. So for NAFCAS through the portal, you will be uploading your personal information, academic history, and 3 letters of recommendation. And from Rush, we ask that you submit a resume, 2 pages max, that highlight academic and professional experiences and any other accomplishments that you want to highlight. We also ask for a cover letter, again, 2 pages maximum, that kind of explain why you're interested in Rush and an administrative fellowship here, what you hope to learn and achieve, what skills you bring to the table, and how you can overall add to Rush's mission. And lastly, academic history of where you've pursued your educational background. And that concludes our presentation. We know it's a lot of information. We'll open up to the Q&A, but we also have a QR code here that'll bring you to our fellowship website, and I'll leave this up during our Q&A session. So feel free to drop something in chat or go ahead and raise your hand and unmute. Hi, yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'd love to hear more from all of you about how did you guys decide about your project and what were some things that you were looking into before taking on a project? And if you had to come up with a project on your own, what was the freedom for that like?
Okay, great question. I think this is one that's better suited to the outgoing fellows because the current ones are still within that onboarding meet and greet phase, so I'll pass it off to them.
Sure, I can definitely take this one. Great question. So in terms of, I would say that there's a lot of flexibility in the sense of you're getting matched with your executive sponsor. Mine, for example, was our chief medical officer. So the way that our conversations went when I first started onboarding was, okay, here are Rush's strategic priorities for the year, for the next 5 years. And from that list, I was able to parse out, okay, I'm interested in learning things about the lab, in pharmacy, length of stay. So I think that's was finding the middle ground of what I wanted to learn, matching it with the strategic priorities, and in a sense of being able to create your own projects. I feel like as it was very flexible and we were really encouraged to do that. And I don't know if Caitlin or Sahana have anything else they want to add to that.
I can just add that the really awesome thing about our fellowship, and I'll try not to echo too much of what Aisha said, is that it really is based around your interest. And so when you're going through the on-site interview process and you're sharing what you're interested in, that's how you get partnered with your executive sponsor. And so, for instance, like I was really interested in operations, and so my executive sponsor was our chief administrative officer. And so, because I, articulated that I wanted to do operations and was really interested in that, those projects were brought to me, and I had a mentor that was experienced in those areas and able to really guide me in those projects. And so don't be afraid to really share what you're interested in, and be open to things that maybe you are also not even interested in, because that gives you the opportunity to kind of discover what else you might like. So that's a really good thing about I think this whole experience. So great question.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
And Lauren, I see you have a hand raised.
Hello, thank you all for the presentation. My name is Lauren. I'm a MHA candidate at Virginia Commonwealth University, and I was just wondering about the retention rate of the fellowship program, like how many of previous fellows stay within, the Rush University post-fellowship?
That's a great question. Off the top of my head, don't know the exact percentage from the beginning of the fellowship to now. But I know within the past few years, I believe out of the 8 fellows we've had, 7 have stayed on. So recently we've seen very high retention rates, and I'm sure going back, we do have some senior vice presidents who still hold roles at Rush and went through the fellowship program.
Yeah, and I do just want to add that the three of us are staying within the Rush system in some capacity, and so if that tells you anything as well. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then we do have a few questions in the chat. One of them, when partnered assigned a project executive sponsor, do you select a specific campus or do all fellows rotate within the system? So when you are given, you do go ahead and select which campus you do prefer. You rank them more or less, and your preference. When you get the offer, you're given a main campus and an executive sponsor, but you are able to move throughout the system if there is a project that you really do want to follow through.
Great.
Um,
Yes. I see your hand is raised.
Hi, thank you so much for presenting today. I was wondering what tips you have to for a successful application. Uh,
Some tips I would have for a successful application is to really understand why you're applying to an organization. I think this goes for any organization in general. There should be some way for you to connect with either the mission, the vision, or the values, or maybe there's a certain program or something that the organization is just doing that really connects with your background or your interests and passions. If any of the other fellows want to add.
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. For example, like Rush is huge on their health equity, which I think also answers one of the questions in the chat. So that was a big part of why I wanted to come to this organization. I was a sociology major in my undergrad, and so I felt that the organization really resonated with me. I felt that I could really connect with the organization and its mission. So that sort of connection there, I think it's really important to have no matter where you work. So I think that's pretty much general for every fellowship.
I also think it's good to take some time to really reflect on what you want to learn from a fellowship and really kind of understand why this experience is what you want versus like a traditional job pathway and really be able to express that and how you think you'll grow from the experience. I think the more specific you can be with that, the better.
And just want to echo what everyone has said, but also thinking about the next question that was also asked within clinical operation versus strategy. And I think a lot of us want to do both. And as long as you can echo that within your preceptor and make sure that you do projects in both, I think it can be done through that.
And I see we do have a couple more questions in chat. One from Malik. Hi guys, great presentation. I was wondering what was the main thing that stood out to you in terms of applying to Rush? Meaning what appealed to you the most when applying? Personally, for me, I really loved Rush's involvement with the community. Rush does see itself as an anchor institution, meaning that it's not only trying to heal patients that come to the hospital, but actively works with the communities to improve their health before they necessarily get sick and improve their overall quality of life. Do any of the other fellows want to take this question?
I would just echo that. I think Rush really stands out as an organization that really puts action behind their words when they say that they really care about health equity and just kind of seeing the initiatives that they've done in the last couple years was really impactful for me. So I knew it was somewhere where I wanted to work.
And I see we have another question from Melissa. How much time do fellows spend embedded in clinical operations versus enterprise level strategy? Great question. I also think this is another one that would be beneficial for the outgoing fellows to answer.
I can take that one. I think both of them go hand in hand. So oftentimes a lot of projects are a bit more in depth when it comes to the clinical operations, but then as you work with your exec sponsors, I think you do get an understanding of the enterprise level strategy that you do as a whole. And we have a strategy team that I feel like you can get looped in if you want to, and they're very welcoming to include you in a few projects. So I would say a little bit of both, but I would say you are going to be a lot more in the clinical operations just because that's more specific than the enterprise level.
Great. And we have time for a couple more questions if anyone has anything else they would like to ask. That's great to hear, Malik. Love to see that you're very community-based. That's a huge mission of what Rush is and what we strive to achieve every day.
If you guys feel like you have any questions later on, you can feel free to reach out to any of us on LinkedIn or reach out to the email. I can go ahead and put it in the chat just in case we all have access to it. One of us will get back to you.
Yes, please reach out if you have any questions to either email or like Madison said, we're all available on LinkedIn if you guys ever want to set up some time to chat as well. We'll be more than happy to do so. Oh, Lauren, yes.
Sorry, just another question. Can anyone talk about like the opportunities that you have as fellows to do like community service with Rush, like throughout the Chicago associated land of like Aurora and all those areas you talked about earlier, like with the community?
There are a lot of community opportunities. I mainly worked at Rush Copley, and we had a lot of volunteering opportunities with our homeless shelter, pride events, and then also various community engagement initiatives such as creating opportunities to reduce hypertension by getting blood tests done at churches. And then for the city of Chicago, I think Denise and Caitlin can speak a bit more, but we have like heart walks and other initiatives that you can participate on.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to build off of that, I know at Rush Copley, there's a lot of philanthropy initiatives that are happening to help boost different or programs in the hospitals. For example, we recently toured the Cancer Resources Center for patients who are undergoing treatment for cancer, not only at Rush, but any system. And this resource center basically provides different holistic healing, such as meditations, exercise classes, gardening, teaching them how to incorporate healthy foods into their lives. And this is funded mainly through philanthropic events. So there are different ways to get involved, either through volunteering, community. If you look on our website, I believe we also do have different community, Center for Community Health Equity resources. So if you're interested in looking at that, that's also available online. And I can drop that name into the chat.
Just about at time, but since it's the last presentation, I want to leave time for anyone who has questions that they're placing in the chat or anyone who wants to come off mute to ask away. And then, of course, if you have any questions for me about NAFCAS or anything, feel free to ask or send them over to the NCAF at NCHL email. So any final questions for the team at Rush? And of course, for y'all who are on your last day of your fellowship, congratulations. That's amazing. It's been great working with y'all over the past however many years it's been. It always feels like it's been forever. But it's been awesome. And I'm excited to get to know this new group. Uh, some of what many don't know is that NCHL and CAF used to be a project of Rush and turned into its own nonprofit. So we have a very close working relationship with Rush. Um, okay, we are just about at time. But we will be back online tomorrow, as I said, 11 a.m. Central Time, completely different slate of fellowships that are recruiting this year. We have Corewell, Johns Hopkins, Ohio Health, Ochsner, lots of different folks. Another full sit for a day, but if you're excited and I'm excited, let's go for it. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you again to the team at Rush. Again, their email's on the screen if you need anything. But thank you all. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Bob.
Malia.
Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Thank you.
Thank you.